Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I hope you're having a great day. It is Monday, but it's not Monday everywhere. All right, let's see here. There we go. And there's that. And Kaplooey. All set up right at the top of the hour. That's why I start a month early. An hour, a minute early.
Minute.
Huh?
A minute.
A minute? I know, a minute. I was deep in problem solving something Volya related, but not spaces related. Technical support in my brain. And so I was a little distracted. Sorry. But let's do a really quick timestamp and stuff the nest, and we'll hear about the booms and woe of the day. And I'm not sure if there have been, because I've been problem solving something else. Alrighty. It is currently Monday, June 8th in much of the world, but not all the world. So we're going to check out what time it is where. It is 7:01 a.m. in Fingering Hoe in the UK. Yeah, it is in Bitch, France. It is currently 8:01 a.m. At the pirate ship in Ukraine, in Novorossiysk, it is 9:01 a.m. In the workers' paradise of Useless Loop, Australia, it is 2:02 p.m. And at the Kinki University in the Osaka, Japan area, it is 3:02 p.m. Classes should be ending soon, I'd hope. In Peculiar Knob in Australia, it is 3:32 p.m. And Jackass Flat, Australia, it is 4:02 p.m. And in Heart's Content, Newfoundland, it is 3:32 a.m. In PP Township, Ohio, it is 2:02 a.m. And in Gayville, South Dakota, it is 1:02 a.m. In Beaver Creek, Colorado, it is 12:02 a.m. And then for those of us still stuck on Sunday, in Poo Creek, British Columbia, it is 11:02 p.m. And in Eek, Alaska, it is 10:03 p.m. Alaska, where Sarah Palin could see Russia from her house. She's stalking me, and I might pull a lever, other than the fact that I don't vote by that way anymore. I vote totally by mail, and I love it. So it's very nice to be able to get a reassuring email and text message that says, your ballot has been received, accepted, and been counted. Have a nice day. And you can go and download your sticker that you voted right there. And this time I found one in Ukrainian, so I got myself a little I voted sticker in Ukrainian. That's the shape of the Oregon map. So, shape of the state of Oregon. So anyway, how are you doing, Marcus? How you doing, FireFella?
Good morning. Well, there are some booms, as it happens, believe it or not, because, Ukraine's not giving up on defending themselves. Morning, Firefella.
Morning. Shit's on fire. And shit's still burning, because Russia is a shithole. Everything in Russia's shit. But yeah, it's still burning, Mockers. And I'll stuff the nest appropriately.
Carry on. You stuff away. Well, I tell you about a few things. So, we do indeed have some booms. So let's start with around 50 explosions reported in Novorossiysk overnight. You know that tank farm that's on the top of the hill? It's called Grushovia Oil Terminal or something like that. It's on fire. Pretty much most of it. Thick smoke was seen rising above the oil transshipment facilities, and this, of course, is part of the oil terminal. It's not just standing there as a storage area. It is actually part of the, whole process. And let's just say that it's, well, as far as I can tell, there is a vast amount of it on fire. There is, well, a great deal of good news, shall we say. So, this Grush via whatever it wants to call itself today, tank farm near Novorossiysk is indeed, yes, it's there's no new pope elected, that very thick black smoke. So more than 50 explosions reported by the locals. So I guess Ukraine definitely wanted to attack this place. Not a mistake. The facility is part of Chernomor to Transneft Shikarist Transshipment Complex. That place. One of the largest oil storage sites in the region, with the capacity exceeding 1.2 million cubic meters. And it is collected by pipelines to the marine terminal there, where oil is loaded onto tankers. So it's a big part of the oil loading process that goes through Novorossiysk port there. Lovely, lovely stuff. Now, it would appear that also in occupied Mariupol, there was a huge blaze near the substations there. There's a major substation there, and I'd just say that major substation was majorly on fire. So there's that. Sorry, I'm just enjoying some of the images from Novorossiysk. Let me retweet some of those for you, some of my favourites there. That's going to burn for some time. It is also noted that the police station in Novorossiysk, the Grushovaya police station, was also attacked. Oh no! So I guess, well, you know, they're not going to come and help. Yeah, no, they're not going to come and help. So Mariupol, very impressive column of orange fire with regards to their substation. And nice images there. Just retweeted some of our favourites from there as well. And then we've got Alchevsk. So Alchevsk, I believe, Russian occupied again. Russians just having a disco all over the place last night. And let me just retweet some of the videos from there as well. So I don't know what was hit in Alchevsk. I can just say that they were definitely celebrating something with some sort of disco. Let's see what Sergei Stanenko has to tell me, because he usually is pretty good. So, here we go. The 220 kilovolt Alchevsk substation has been hit. So again, more electrical infrastructure. And I'm assuming that is part and parcel of slowing down the logistics again, because, well, trains, electrical locomotives, Ukraine's been really going after these recently, and I think this is part and parcel of that same process. And the diesel locomotives, well, they're a bit slower, and they can take those out on the tracks, which they have been doing. And, well, making a terrible mess for the Russians to have to clear up. So there's that too. At some point this week, I'm going to try and get in just a little space with our friend Peter Headley, so he can tell me about all the trains, because, well, I can't keep track on them all. There's so many trains been attacked recently. So good stuff. Now, the oil depot at Novorossiysk indeed feeds the port directly through tunnels in the mountains. But not anymore, eh? Not anymore. That would seem to be the case. Now, I don't know about you, but I particularly enjoyed yesterday, FireFella, seeing all the people stranded at airports in Russia.
Oh, you mean the Moscow ones? But the I think they had about 8 or 9 minutes of flying in 3 days. I think that's a top effort, and they're all having to stop at the airport and sleep there, and they're getting upset. There's a lot of woe going around because they're upset about they can't get on the plane, can't get off the plane. Poor little bunnies.
Yes, indeed. And Sochi Airport has joined in the fun as well. So they're not moving either, it would seem. Now, partially, I think it might be an issue with jet fuel because, well, they're having problems with fuel all over the place. And I don't think they give a stuff about anybody's personal safety. I think there's just, in the background, they're fighting for jet fuel. I honestly think that's big part of what it is. Now, it turns out that nothing took off in Sochi yesterday for over 12 hours, and people were just over it. Buryatia is absolutely, completely full of mosquitoes, just in general. And the mosquitoes are probably complaining that there's not enough buryats to bite because, Now, I don't know about you, but if I was delayed in an airport for more than 24 hours, I'd have gone home. I'd have just said, yeah, stuff this, I'm going home. No matter how much I wanted to go on holiday, I'd just find another way. So, maybe they should go on foot or go home or stay home, perhaps. We could always try and find Putin's direct line number and give it to them and call it the complaints hotline. Now, every single one of these Russians shouldn't be going on holiday in Turkey or Dubai or Thailand. I mean, they should travel to Siberia and build themselves some fucking snowman, as far as I'm concerned. Oh no, sorry, they can't do that either because they've got no fuel for their cars. Oh, never mind, eh? I mean, just what a shame. They could take up the army's travel plan, which takes them to Ukraine, but I suppose that one that's no guarantee of coming back. So that seems to be my first bunch of headlines there. And Sean Pinner is particularly enjoying the fact that the Novorossiysk terminal is on fire. Now, I want to just go to one of our early booms that was on June the 6th. The Russian Navy's 15th arsenal in Bolshaya Izhora in the Leningrad Oblast. I'm going to go with that. They resulted there in the loss of approximately 5,000 tons of stored munitions. How's about that for, what stockpiles you got? Any? Because Ukraine's going to find them and start taking them out. Also, this was like over there just by the Baltic. So, maybe this was what Putin was hoping he would have left to, attack one of the Baltic countries with. This stockpile reportedly consisted primarily of artillery ammunition and engineering munitions stored just, above ground, just out and about, like tourists on sunbeds. Well, as you can imagine, after being hit, it detonated. There is also talk that people died at this location. Now, I'd also just like to point out that this is a mere 50 kilometres from the airport in St. Petersburg. So anybody flying in or out would have seen this spectacle from the air. And anybody on the ground in the area would have heard it going on. So, lovely, delightful. No doubt, this massive crater that was left lying around afterwards was a bit of a message. And if you have a look at the aftermath, which I'm just going to retweet the little GIF of the aftermath here. Basically, you see big old crater at the top, and you can see all the different areas where there was quite clearly ammunition has flown around and caused other things to explode. How very lovely. So Russians are now complaining about that. Oh yes, they do love a good old wine, FireFella. I don't know what I was going to call you then. I was going to call you a different name. And anyway,
That's been annihilated, isn't it? Have you seen that? That's properly like wiped off the face of the earth. That one. That's a lovely job. And I just got to say, so I've just looked at the Novorossiysk flame front. That's got to be like 2 or 3 miles long. Now there will be some reflections, i.e., it's at night, so it looks bigger than it actually is. Always does. But that's an impressive flame front. It looks like the whole mountain's on fire, Mockers.
well, you will store your stuff, and not give it any protection and start a war with your neighbour, who is very, ingenious and is quite happy to defend themselves. Yeah. They thought that none of this would ever happen, didn't they? They thought they were going to storm into Kyiv, and within the first week, everything would be theirs, and Ukraine would have just given up and become, some vassal state of Russia. Didn't quite work out like that for them, did it? Whoopsie. That's what you get for drinking your own Kool-Aid and not doing any proper intelligence work. Wah, wah. So, Russians complain about the success of the strikes at Kronstadt naval base, and say, yes, that there was quite a bit going on. So, an attack was carried out on the naval weapons storage base, and they give the military unit number, like that matters, 55443, just in case you needed to tick it off your list, located in the village of Bolshaya Izhora in the Leningrad region. During the attack, about 40 strike-type UAVs were used, 32 of which, however, were shot down by air defence, according to them. However, it only requires one, doesn't it, to hit the proper target, and a whole chain reaction of munitions. Nice. So the strike hit the ground-based hangar storage facilities, which in turn led to the detonation of the contents. Aww. So total property lost around 5,000 tons, primarily artillery, blah, blah, blah. 2 servicemen were reportedly killed. Well, they shouldn't have been there. Neither should any of the munitions. Delightful. I mean, what a shame. Kira Rudlik, one of our Ukrainian Congress members, Ukrainian MP, she is, I like to see what she has to say because, she remains diplomatic, but she's also like, fuck you. So more and more Russians are now getting a taste of war. Explosions, airport shutdowns, uncertainty. They seem genuinely surprised that Ukraine is fighting back and the war is being brought to their homes. On the videos, they keep asking us, why us? You should know why. Oh, I like that. I do like a strong woman in power. Excuse me. So, yes, very nice, very nice. Now, there's something going on this morning that suggests that Putin has blinked. Oh, yes, Putin blinked. And apparently, he's becoming more and more erratic at home. And I think, when everything is going, yes, I am a pervert, although you need to spell it properly. When
I spelled it wrong on purpose.
all right, okay. So,
Excuse me, can we just sense check your last statement? Putin's more what?
well, Putin's losing his mind a little bit.
Sweet. He lost it 5 years ago, but there you go.
Yeah, well, he's losing it all the more, and it would appear that he's he's becoming quite erratic. And I think, when you know that your impending doom could come from any corner, it probably is a time that you start to sort of like, everything sort of goes a little bit crazy. He's so paranoid, he doesn't know which way to turn. And he's actually got to the point where he's, he's starting to sort of change his public persona. And people have noticed, and they're starting to like go, what the fuck's up with him? You see, he's continuing to actually weaken before people's very eyes. You see, he used to appear in public cold, cynical, cruel even, calculating, a predator, always wearing a little sadistic grin. But there are reports that he is increasingly descending into outright buffoonery and farce. He's drowning in childish giggling, awkward antics, crude off-colour jokes. And we have seen this, haven't we? That he's been sort of like making these sort of off-colour jokes and everybody's around him just looks a bit awkward and they don't know whether to laugh or not. He now routinely blurts out poorly thought out nonsense straight from the top of his head, contradicting itself and even mainstream narratives of his own propaganda machine. It is as if Donald Trump himself bit him and passed on some disease. As a result now, he is constantly surprising even his own officials and the Russian fascists on Telegram. He keeps making mistakes. He's having to absorb painful public blows from Zelensky, and he's allowing himself to be backed into a corner, which is very unlike how he used to be. Now, you see, age does get the better of us all, I'm afraid. The one thing none of us can run from is our own mortality. So, the reporter here says, I don't know exactly what it is. Maybe age is finally taking its toll. Maybe accumulated exhaustion, the growing reluctant realization that things are not going well in the war against Ukraine, and the prospects ahead promise nothing good. That is a certain threshold which has been crossed, which Russia will no longer be able to break Ukraine. And the only countdown remains to the most terrifying thing at all, the eventual acknowledgement of his failure. And so the Kremlin's war machine and the dictator are now filled with nervousness, frantic activity, denial of reality, impulsive decisions, palace intrigue, and a growing loss of control. Add to that other setbacks: Syria, Hungary, Moldova, Armenia. Well done, Armenians, by the way. And Azerbaijan.
Whoop, whoop.
Most likely. Yes,
They did well, didn't they? They did do well.
Pashinyan, him, right, he's not the best guy in the world, but he does appear to be moving swiftly away from Russian control. And he soundly beat the Russian opposition figure, the Russian-backed opposition figure. So good for him. And he does seem to have understood which side his bread's buttered. And he's like, yeah, I think we could be members of the EU. I think that would be lovely. Thank you very much. We'd like to move a bit closer to doing that. Thank you. Please protect us. I think that's where he is. So good for them. Now, let me just finish this little quoted thingamy here from Ilya Pomenarenko. Yeah. You can puff your chest and pound your fists, issue threats and project as much small dick energy bravado as you like. However, against the backdrop of the devastating Ukrainian strikes on Russia's industry, their oil industry, and now their military and fuel logistics, Putin blinked and authorized Roman Abramovich to go to Kyiv to speak on his behalf. The thing is, old Putin would have never done this, not in public. He would have never signalled to anybody that he had blinked first. And here we have Roman Abramovich, who, I mean, look, Sean Pinner says this, whatever you think of him, he was released from Russian custody because of Roman Abramovich. He was one of several high-profile individuals who became involved in securing their release, rather than simply sitting at home on his vast wealth and influence. So he did play a role in helping orchestrate the exchange that saw, if you remember, 150 Ukrainians and 55 Russians, including Viktor Medvedchuk, along with Sean Pinner himself, of course. That was that particular exchange that Sean came home in. Now, he actually met him as well as part of that and said, he's a very sort of like, personable guy, funny, but also serious when he needs to be. Whatever opinions people might hold about him, I am grateful that he gave me a second chance at life. Now, I don't know if he became involved out of the goodness of his own heart. And I'm pretty sure he's not. His role in the process... Abramovich, yeah.
Well, do you remember when he was chairman of Chelsea, all the distance that he did from Putin? Turns out he's a line payback, isn't he? However, he did some humanitarian stuff, which I totally get. And he's like the what's the word I'm looking for? The enabler. He's a Putin sidekick, isn't he? So I didn't realise how linked to Putin he was, because I thought, he's in Chelsea. He practically lives in the UK. Yeah, it turns out it's all Russian propaganda as usual, and he's actually one of Putin's closest oligarchs. But he was part of the process that released Sean. So I'm thankful for that. But not much else, Mockers. Not much else.
Yeah, whatever's going on with your headset, FireFella, throw it away and get a new one. Because you've got the same issues that you had with the last one.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. This is why I'm just talking to my phone, because any plugins have interference. So, yeah, he doesn't fund the exchanges. Now, I think, to be honest, the reason he was involved in stuff like that, was to sort of whitewash his reputation so that we would trust him when quite clearly we can't. So, that's one of those things. But Zelensky has confirmed for the first time that Roman Abramovich is acting as a direct back channel between Ukraine and Moscow. So Abramovich came to Kyiv and delivered a direct message from Putin to me and wanted to receive a message from me for Putin, Zelensky said. The oligarch insisted that this exchange stay private, to which Zelensky responded that nothing remains secret with Russia for long. And tough shit, bastard. So, the key points from his remarks. He told Abramovich to tell Putin this. Ukraine will continue to deep strike inside Russia. Ukraine will not simply die in silence. They will respond and grow stronger and stronger every day. To freeze the front line would be the fastest path to peace with Russia. Now, this is a narrative that Zelensky is using for a number of reasons. One, to try and, actually stop the fighting as quickly as possible. Two, he knows for a fact that Putin will not agree to it. And if they do stop fighting at the front line, all those guys will immediately want to go home. And this is kind of what he's doing. He's wanting to set the conditions for these guys to say, oh, we don't need to fight anymore. Can we go home? And if they're standing about not being forced to fight Ukrainians, you know what's going to happen, don't you? They're going to start fighting one another. This is genius, to be fair. And people are like, oh, no, he's giving up chunks of land. No, he's not. He is setting conditions for Russians to turn their aggression upon one another, which they do quite regularly. So, you know, all he's doing is removing one of the things which is taking up most of their time and giving them some idle hands. And I actually think it's a really good idea because they will descend into madness with, you know, no collective enemy to fight. The war must be stopped in a way that prevents it from happening again. Therefore, diplomacy must begin, but only after a ceasefire is established. Putin must respond to my open letter. The offer of a meeting remains on the table, any day, any format, anywhere outside Russia or Belarus, and, of course, Ukraine. On Russian claims that the letter was insolent and rude, Zelensky replied, they haven't seen the first version of the letter that I wrote, and grinned. On Donbass, his message was blunt. Ukraine will not leave. They will not hand Russia any victory. Beautiful. I think that is, you know, pretty darned ballsy, don't you? I love the fact as well that he said, oh, they didn't see the first version of my letter if they think that one was rude. Go on.
So first things, how's that? Is that better?
Oh, so much better. Yeah, nice and clear.
All right. So yeah, I totally agree with you. So the first version, yeah, I'd have liked to seen that because it probably said, "Fuck off, Putin. You're not getting what you want." Well, no, it wouldn't have said that. He'd have been a lot stronger, wouldn't he? But the fact that Abramovich is acting as the courier is encouraging, and no surprises. Putin has gone, yeah, we're not doing any of that because his position has never changed, and his position will never change. He thinks he can win when he's losing, and that's what the Russians do. And they are losing. They're getting their asses handed to them down south, and Crimea is practically untenable for them at the moment. And yeah, he's just getting more paranoid by day, Mockers, isn't he? Absolutely paranoid. And he's realising slowly but very surely that actually I'm not going to get out of this in any way, shape or form with any sort of win. And he's looking for a win in any form of narrative that he can now. And it's quite pathetic. And will continue to get more pathetic as the further down this road he goes. And our President Zelensky is pushing him down that road quite cleverly, I think. Very well played.
Well, absolutely, yeah. Now, Zelensky popped over to the UK yesterday after visiting Maya Sandu in Moldova for a quick chat. And part of what he was doing was talking with Keir Starmer, Emmanuel Macron, and Frederick Merz. That they all popped over to see us. So it's called the E3, apparently. How we're involved in a European initiative, I'll never know, but here we are.
Now,
so
in that so just on that point, isn't that a clever bit of politics by Keir? Got to say, well played, sir.
Yes, exactly. You know, we are definitely moving closer to rejoining the EU, I would say, and here's a big part of it. So our teams have already done substantive work to prepare all these meetings, and now it's important to discuss everything and agree on the key things at the leader level. The main focus is defence of Ukraine. Later and greater cooperation for the security of all Europe in the area of air defences, such as, you know, the Freya system. And our shared view of diplomatic prospects. Europe must be part of the negotiations and must be strong because, you know, America was trying to cut Europe out all this time. And, well, I've got some words to say about that in a minute. A meeting with His Majesty King Charles III is also scheduled for tomorrow, so that's today. I thank the United Kingdom and all our partners who, through real steps, are helping us strengthen the protection of life and increase pressure on Russia for its aggression. Russia must end this war. And, I've just got to say how very proud I am that we are hosting Zelensky, and especially as his very recent Churchillian, statements. I just think it's pretty darn good. Now, he also said that he discussed with Keir Starmer the steps to reinvigorate diplomacy that, America shit the bed on, basically. And he informed Keir about the need for additional missiles for air defence systems and the things that are important for protecting their energy infrastructure and preparing for winter. Because, it might only be very early in the summertime, but you've got to be thinking of what's going to happen this winter, because last winter was horrific in Ukraine. We also coordinated our positions ahead of the G7 and NATO summits and the meetings of the Coalition of the Willing. Remember this Coalition of the Willing that's had, 3 or 4 different names. I think Zelensky's just gone back to the Willing because the other names, we just kind of laughed and went, stop calling it different things, just get on with it. He is grateful to Kiev for organising the E3 Ukraine meeting and for constant and effective support of the Ukrainian state. And you know what? This is really important, that lots of people go on about, we don't want to hear about Ukraine's needs. We've got needs of our own. But do you know that we are now doing an awful lot, such as building drones and munitions for Ukraine. And do you know what those are? Those are well-paid jobs in the UK. So if you see or hear anybody being a twat about Zelensky coming to the UK and, trying to leech off the UK, what he's actually doing is he's actually giving us jobs. And, he's not begging for money and weapons that we haven't got. We're actually building stuff. And that money is going into our own industry. So, he's actually helping to reduce the British debt. Oh boy, you can see that all the trolls are out. Under these particular posts. It's interesting, I must say. So,
can you see Prince Heather's hand?
No, because I'm not looking.
All right,
go for it.
Because I'm not looking. Because I don't care. Because it's Prince Heather. I'm just kidding. Once again, can I just say, for as often as Emmanuel Macron is there, or Friedrich Merz is there, how often do they meet with the king? Oh, they don't. But how often does Zelensky meet with the king?
Every time he comes to the UK.
Not every time, but close to every time. That is remarkable. I just want to point that out. I think that is a remarkable thing. It's something to take note of. I really do think so.
And here's the thing, Prince. It won't be Keir Starmer saying, "Oh, you must go and meet the king." It'll be the king saying to Starmer.
Oh yes. Yes. Absolutely.
That's the point. It will be the king saying, Keir, send him my way because I want to sit down and have a cup of tea with him because I like chatting to the bloke. Because I think
either that or the king sent Zelensky a message saying, "Stop on by while you're in town." And Zelensky said to Keir, "Hey man, the king wants to see me."
Yeah, whichever way. But they've obviously got one of those. Yeah, they're mates, aren't they? They've got a special relationship. They understand each other, which I am immensely proud of. But there you go.
I agree, and I just wanted to point it out. That's all. I point it out all the time. I do the same thing when he meets the Pope, which is more often than most also. So I'm just saying, there's a couple of really special relationships there that I think are really meaningful and are really going to help Ukraine in the long run. You may speak now, mockers.
Oh, thanks. Right, okay. Yes, but very, very. Ooh, thank you. I'm just putting things in my. There we go. So, yes, very, very nice stuff. Seeing Zelensky over there, and proud of that shit. Proud of it. Now, there's a little bit more that I wanted to add here. I've lost it. Never mind. Don't matter. So there is. Some of the British assistance to Russia. Hello. To Ukraine.
There you go. Steady.
I know. I'm just. I'm confused now because I got off my flow. Sorry. Russian forces in Ukraine discovered an abandoned British Saxon armoured personnel carrier that was being used as an ambulance, if you saw this. And a Russian war blogger had a look at the Saxon vehicle. And he's called The Science of Winning. I'm going to say that he's got his theories wrong, but never mind. So he said, our esteemed subscriber sent us a photo of a damaged Ukrainian Armed Forces Saxon. And unlike many other NATO vehicles supplied to Ukraine, this was purchased by the Ukrainian Armed Forces. Apparently they bought it from the UK in 2015-2016. And he said, let's take a closer look at it. The Saxon only has bulletproof protection, so it won't protect against blasts. However, it will protect against small fragments, and it was most likely protected against any airdrops from Mavic missiles. The crew consists of 2 personnel and 8 possible in the troop compartment. Therefore, even judging by the photograph, the vehicle can accommodate 4 seriously wounded soldiers on stretchers or 6 to 8 lightly wounded or moderately wounded seated. Most likely, the vehicle was converted internally for medics. In our opinion, it could have accommodated 2 medics, not counting the driver. Now, about the design features. There are 2 doors in the back, not a ramp. This would complicate loading the wounded. If you've ever loaded a heavily injured person into a loaf van, then you know the feeling when you're trying to load a stretcher and the back door of the loaf keeps closing by itself, preventing you from loading the wounded. Sorry. Of course, then you have to hold the door with your backside to load the wounded. It's very infuriating. Perhaps this vehicle may have the same problem. The door placement is basically the same as that of a loaf, with 2 doors in the back, 1 on either side. Mate, the doors of this thing will be heavier, though, and won't necessarily swing around in the wind like a loaf van. Just point that out. However, as an evacuation vehicle, there is a nuance. This vehicle has a whopping 41 centimetres of ground clearance, while the loaf only has 20, which is half, obviously. Furthermore, the English vehicle has poorer stability. It may flip on turns or uphill slopes. There have been cases of such vehicles flipping over. It is a barn. An issue with this ambulance is its size. It is massive. It's hard to miss. On the plus side, though, the interior is comfortable. Comfortable enough for treating the injured. There is no hunching over. As for technical details, we're not really interested in those at the moment. And you see, that's where they fall down because, anyway. Bottom line, This is a medical shed from the 1990s, decommissioned in England, sold as junk to the Ukrainians, which they cleverly adapted for their own needs. The vehicle's dimensions make it comfortable for medics to work inside relative to other vehicles, but they also reduce the manoeuvrability and make it more visible. And the question of accommodating the wounded remains open. So basically saying, yeah, it's it's all right, actually. It's got some flaws, but it's okay.
Well, it is, Mockers. So the Saxon was the British Army's, they used to call it the battle taxi. I only know this because a long time ago I read something about it. And it just got outclassed by more heavily armoured stuff that we took on. But yeah, we got rid of them, sold them to all sorts of different people, anyone that would have them actually. But yeah, battle taxis they're called. And they're actually quite good. The troops quite like them. So yeah, his assumptions are nearly correct, but he's a Vatnik, so he doesn't give it the full,
Yeah, he can't say too many nice things about it. But
he
yeah,
can't actually say that's a decent bit of kit because it's NATO, but that's what he means.
Yeah, exactly. You can see that he's sort of assessed it and he's kind of gone, it's not that bad, actually. It's much better than a loaf, However, note that it was being used as an ambulance and Russia seemed quite proud that they, took out an ambulance. Just point that out for you. So now I have a fun thing for later, which I'm going to save for later because, I think we should go through the horrors of what's happening to Russians first, because that really, really cheers me the fuck up. So, Russian military are now reportedly planning to seize civilian transport vehicles to replace their military transport in order to try and camouflage shipments of fuel and military goods, disguising logistics as bread trucks, medicine and food transport, with drivers now forbidden from wearing military uniforms. This isn't going to go down well, is it? This is going to be, and they're going to use this for propaganda value, obviously. Oh, look, they've killed the civilian driver who quite clearly was in the war last week, But anyway, the command of the Russian Dnieper group of forces has ordered the master. What gets me, right, is they tell everyone about it. I mean, if you're going to do this stuff, you're supposed to do it very quietly. But of course, Crimea and Wind know all about it, so they've reported on it. So they've ordered the mass deployment of civilian vehicles to transport fuel along the highway connecting Rostov-on-Don with the temporarily occupied Crimea. The occupiers made this decision following a number of successful strikes by the Ukrainian Defence Forces, according to Vladislav Voloshin, a spokesperson for the Southern Defence Force. For transportation, Russians will be confiscating the following vehicles: transport companies and transport services, mail vehicles, bread trucks, and trucks that purport to be carrying food and medicines. The occupiers will load the vehicles with canisters ranging from 20 to 1,000 litres. Drivers will be prohibited from wearing any military uniform. The representative added that these actions by the Russians constituted deliberate use of civilian infrastructure by the military and a means of camouflaging their logistics. Also, by the way, a war crime. I would also like to point out that they have very clearly forbidden all civilians driving down these roads. So, again, bit late for this sort of pretend, this sort of camouflage, because they've already let it be known that civilians cannot drive down these roads. They're absolutely forbidden to do so. And, nothing's going to get through, is it? Anyway. However, they're then going to use the propaganda value of this to say, look, Ukraine's targeting civilians. I mean, like I say, war crime. And actually, endangers genuine civilians by eroding their protected status. That is the reason it's a war crime, by the way. Never mind, eh? So what Ukraine are now doing is they're also extending their logistics, shall we say, cut off. Yeah, that'll do. They're extending that to trains now. So because, if Russia's got no cars and vans and trucks that they can send, well, they've still got trains. Nah, no, you don't. So, the following. The Grand Service Express have confirmed that scheduled passenger train service in Crimea is now suspended due to a drone attack on the locomotive of train number 68 from Moscow to Simferopol. No passengers were injured. Of course they weren't, because Ukraine goes after the locomotive. The assistant driver, however, was killed, and the locomotive driver himself was injured. Passengers on all trains operating on the Crimean Peninsula have now been evacuated. In other words, no passenger trains, not anymore. Currently, the following trains are now transporting passengers by bus. So then they give a whole long list of all these passenger trains that no longer operating. So the Moscow to Simferopol, the St. Petersburg to Simferopol, the St. Petersburg to Sevastopol. So those three are all going by bus. And as of 6 a.m. Moscow time, the following trains to Crimea have been stopped. So from Adler to Simferopol, not happening. And it says with a minimum of a 3-hour delay. Now, some of these have day delays, 7 hours, 4.5 hours, approximately 6 hours. So all of these trains are either not happening at all or they're severely delayed. So the Minerale Vodi to Simferopol, the Moscow to Sevastopol, the Moscow to Ipatoria, the Moscow to Simferopol, and the following trains have now been stopped in the direction of Crimea. Sevastopol to Moscow, Simferopol to Moscow, Sevastopol to Murmansk. So it says if you need any information, please call this hotline number. And I would imagine that hotline number is probably not answered by anybody because you know what Russia's like. So, utter paralysis. Now, one Russian source called Hila Takmed, because believe it or not, he's a medic. Hila Takmed says they now don't have enough fuel in Crimea to deliver their medical supplies to the soldiers in Kherson and Zaporizhia Oblast. So it's all right, a cat's just decided to jump up and yes, thank you. Get your face out of my cup. Thank you. So he goes on to say, our volunteers in one of the regions where there is currently a problem with fuel need diesel and gasoline for the delivery and transportation of medical supplies. At the moment, there is no possibility to deliver them due to the above reason. Whoever can help, we would be very grateful. We are ready to buy. So he's talking about fuel, I suppose. He's ready to buy fuel. And there is actually a bit of a... Get out of my cup. Thank you. Bit of a thriving black market going on in fuel supplies, apparently in Crimea. Some unscrupulous folks are selling fuel in canisters at the side of the road. I know. Shocking. Absolutely shocking. Quite simple to resolve, though. For safety, they should all pop back to mainland Russia and then, it would be easier for them, wouldn't it? Yes, it would. So this is one of their problems. So, dear residents and guests of the Kherson region, as a result of a drone attack overnight, the bridge deck near the village of Chonhar was damaged. So, for safety reasons, traffic through the Jankoy checkpoint is now temporarily closed. Will you get off the counter, cat? Thank you. Sorry, she's just knocking everything over there. So, Vehicle access is only via Armyansk and Perekop checkpoints. Now, for starters, that's quite the long way round, so that's going to use some more fuel, which is quite fun. Get out of the fucking cupboard! Good God! So we've got the Russians taking a much longer way round. One of those directions as well is right up close to the front line, which I imagine would be, well, extra warm in this weather. I'll just put it that way. And probably not the best place to be driving any vehicle. So there's that. And I just feel as though it might have been a bit silly to advertise that they're going to be going in this direction, you know? I mean, it's pretty obvious they are because there's no other roads, but they basically said, we're going to be here, by the way, Ukrainians, just so you know, this is the official route that we're taking, just in case you needed to know. I mean, it seems a bit, amusing to me. But here we are. So, the Chonhar Bridge, again, is, it's a bit tired. It's got at least two very large holes in it, from what I could tell. There have been a number of times when this particular bridge was damaged, by the way. So we are seeing some old pictures being put out by people saying, oh, look, this is the damage to the bridge. Be careful, because when you look at those images, I'm like, oh, I've seen that one before. And that's from the last time it was damaged. So it has been damaged and repaired. At one point, they built like a second sort of crossing next to it, a temporary crossing, while they were fixing the bridge itself. I imagine they're going to try and do a similar thing this time. They'll probably, look to build or rebuild this temporary crossing. Because the bridge itself is, it's out of action for some time, I would say. The structural integrity of the bridge will not carry anything heavy or heavier than a bicycle, I would think, at this point. You don't want to be taking any vehicles over there because you just end up in the, in the breach, as it were. So good fun there. Now, it would seem that due to all this interdiction of logistics, that's the word I was trying to think. My poor brain there, it was like I've lost that word. Well, they're in trouble. I mean, we already know that the front line is an absolute nightmare scenario. And so there's just this little snippet of information just to mull over before I do the numbers. It's a total effing nightmare with the corpses right now. And even without the corpses, I could film the road we used to bring the people in. It's just pure effed up. Recently, because of some fuck up, they brought the political instructor's clerk to a combat position. Basically, it was a punishment for him. He just sat down and started crying because of the sheer number of corpses. The activity gets higher and higher every day. The evacuation groups have no fucking clue as to how to get the corpses or the wounded out anymore. Although I would suggest the wounded probably should take, priority just because they're still alive. But, I'm just completely un-effing believably shocked by the latest shit. Our Supreme Commander Putin stated, we're going to hit those Ukrainians so hard they won't know what hit them. He doesn't use the word Ukrainians, but, The result, our vehicles are burning near Selidovo. In fact, we can't even enter Selidovo. Urals, the military trucks, are burning in the Donetsk ring road, and drones are flying around Donetsk just looking for servicemen. And us, we are just fucking cockroaches. Well, Daddy came to that conclusion. In Selidovo, I saw a fixed-wing drone myself flying in. FPVs detached from it, and in that exact moment, our FBV hit it in the ass, but the smaller ones kept going. Every half year, this war just gets worse and worse. Yes, they're all having a terrible time. How's that working out for them, hitting Ukraine hard, by the way? Should we do some numbers?
Absolutely, mockers. Absolutely.
Lovely. We have some numbers for today. Bear with me. Sorry, people keep sending me stuff in the background. I'm like, I can't do that just now. Here we go. So it's the 8th of June all day. And I'm afraid, folks, I'm in the office tomorrow and I want to already chop my head off about it because, but here we are. So the 8th of June, we have 1,330 liquidated personnel. Now, that's 3 days in a row that we've had this very sort of stable amount of personnel losses from the Russians. That's very unsustainable for them. It really is. That they're not even recruiting this amount of people anymore to be able to replace these losses one for one. I mean, they are losing capacity every day with these heavy losses. Talking of heavy losses, 8 tanks. That's a nice number, that. 8 tanks.
8?
And 8. I know.
God.
Lots. I know. Lots. 8 more than there was in the parade in Moscow, by the way. Just point that out. 5 armoured combat vehicles. And another 85 artillery systems. Beautiful work. 3 more MLRS. Now, recall that we, in the last sort of, 10 days, we've seen loads of those things be taken out. Loads of them. And what are MLRS? MLRS are just a whole load of death all at once. So, really good to see those things being destroyed. 2 more air defence systems. Unlucky. I'm surprised the Russians have many left that aren't already, secured around Moscow. 363 vehicles and fuel tanks. This seems to be sort of like a new average that's popped up, about 350, which is way more than it used to be, which goes to show that Ukraine are having a jolly old time taking out Russian vehicles. Can you imagine 3 years ago, if somebody had said to us, this is where Ukraine would be right now? Can you imagine how shocked we would have been? Just pointing it out. 2 more special equipment. And, unfortunately, lots of UAVs, 2,161. But as you can see, Ukraine are still taking those out in great numbers. And 12 ground robotic complex. So, we had a little chat yesterday with our friend Andriy from the 18th Sloviansk Brigade. And he confirmed that Russians indeed are using, ground robotic complexes now that they've caught up. And how very dare they? How dare they have nice things? That they're not as advanced as the Ukrainian ones, but they are using them for logistic support, mainly because they've got no other choices. So let's do the Air Force report. And again, no missiles, which is something. But we do have 155 drones, of which 124 enemy UAVs were shot down and suppressed. But that does leave, 31. So, according to preliminary data, as of 2 hours ago, the Air Force shot down and suppressed 124 of all various types. 20 strike UAVs were recorded hitting 17 locations, as well as the fall of down fragments in 6 locations. But the attack continues, with about 10 enemy UAVs in the airspace. Well, actually 11 if you do the same mathematics as me. So there we go. That's what we have for the Air Force report. Now, hopefully by now, they'll have shot those other ones down as well. But, no guarantees, is there? No guarantees. And the terror just continues. Now, oh dear, it would seem that the Russians are now experiencing some reason to run away. Ukrainian drones approached the beach in Sochi, and everybody who was on the beach suddenly decided that they had somewhere else to be very quickly, and everybody grabbed their bags and ran. And there is a video of them running. You know, running won't save you. The fact that you're civilians, that saves you, because Ukrainians don't go after civilians. But I do appreciate that, they understand now that they can't just sit on the beach and enjoy themselves anymore, because that sort of recreation is available only to countries that don't attack their neighbours. So that is lovely, actually. It's no longer just on television over there. No, it's here, on your beach, bothering you directly. Now then, I'd just like to point out something about the meeting at Downing Street yesterday, that Emmanuel Macron and Frederick Merz, knew their place. And as they opened the door to Downing Street to leave the building, they made sure to let Larry the cat out first. So I'm just going to retweet that for all your enjoyment, that they stood back and allowed Larry to walk out first. In fact, Macron literally went, put his hand out and went, there you go, Larry, you first, my friend. And quite right, too.
It's in the nest, Mockers. First one on the left.
I just love that. Larry, always making his presence felt. Lovely. Now, we've got a few things that I want to discuss, and let us start here. You see, Russia's shadow fleet is, we've been sort of hunting it down in various ways, haven't we? And now Cameroon is investigating the fraudulent use of their flags by Russia's shadow fleet. And they state that any flags of Cameroon being used by these Russian shadow fleet ships are not legitimate. And you should not worry about upsetting us, because they're not our ships. We don't claim them. They're just using our flags. So they've made a press release, and they basically said, not to do with us, we don't care. In fact, the Ministry of Transport Marine Authority hereby informs the international community, especially stakeholders in the maritime sector, that within the framework of the clean-up operation of vessels flying the Cameroon flag, investigations have been carried out, instructed by the Prime Minister, the head of our government, and the competent services of his ministry. These investigations revealed several vessels operating in violation of national regulations and international conventions, especially through the fraudulent use of the Cameroon flag, while under international sanctions. Investigators also revealed that several vessels which had been stripped off from the Cameroon registries continue to operate using radioelectric batches delivered by the state of Cameroon. Furthermore, several internet sites hosted both in Cameroon and abroad continue to fraudulently issue Cameroon flags to vessels without any respect for legal or regulatory frameworks. In light of these facts, the Minister of Transport Maritime Authority has withdrawn registration and reported all the vessels concerned. They have also referred the matter to the national and international authorities for appropriate measures to be taken to bring this phenomenon to a halt. The Ministry of Transport Maritime Authority counts on the responsible collaboration of all concerned administrations, institutional partners and stakeholders in the maritime sector to guarantee the success of this operation to regularise the further use of the Cameroon flag and preserve the credibility of the state of Cameroon in the maritime scene. So basically, he said, if you see a ship carrying the Cameroon flag, you can now check this handy list that we've produced for you, and you'll be able to see whether they are legitimate or not. And that's good of them, isn't it? So they're basically just doing their best to, say, yeah, you can pick those ships up. Nothing to do with us. We don't care. Thank you very much. And, well, that's not the only statement that's being made here. Because we all know that, there is these ships are seen off the coast of Ireland quite a lot. Now, they are actually operating in shadow fleet, activities. However, some of these ships are also shipping to and from Orhanish, alumina, yes. This issue has blown up into a massive international issue, by the way. Huge scandal for the Irish government, and let's just say the pressure upon them is really heavy now. Sir Justin McCarthy raises several questions. So this is a letter to the editor in the Irish Times today expressing what the majority of Irish people feel about the alumina exports to Russia. And considering there's been a lot of people sort of, internationally bashing the Irish over this, it's nothing to do with the Irish people. This is a Russian plant on Irish soil. And yes, there are quite a few Irish tankies who, are loud on the internet, but they do not represent the majority of people in Ireland, just as the American, idiocracy government does not represent the majority of Americans. We can have nuance, people. It's allowed. So, anyway, Sir Justine McCarthy raises several questions about exports of alumina from Ireland to Russia. Is it 45% or is it 83% of their output? Willful ignorance is no excuse in this case. Whether it is one or the other, or some figure in between, the percentage of total exports should be stopped and sold to other markets. To do so would not make the workforce redundant. And this is the point that we've kept making right from the beginning, that, all we want is for Russia to not keep receiving the benefit of this material being sent to them. You don't have to shut the plant down. You can nationalise it to protect those jobs. You could put new management in quite easily. Russia does it to everybody else's companies, so why can't we? Also, there's been precedent set in other countries where, Germany basically said, yeah, we'll have that Russian plant, thank you very much. You're not having that anymore. And, so there's been lots of other precedents set for this to be done. It's just that there are, it would appear, a few people in the Irish government who are working with the Russian owners of the plant. I'll just put it that way. I won't accuse anybody directly of taking money, but it seems quite obvious. Anyway, so how can we weigh the theoretical loss of jobs with the certainty of the loss of innocent lives in Ukrainian cities? And that comes directly from a chap called Jim Holohan, who is in County Donegal. And this is the will of the Irish people. They know that this place, is operating egregiously on their soil. I mean, if you see the ecological damage that it's doing to the area around as well, it's absolutely horrendous. And as typical Russians, they have no regard for any of the, problems around. There is a water treatment plant with, right next to the 50 million tons of caustic waste belonging to this production plant, right next door. That's supposed to treat the water for the local community. However, the groundwater around this plant due to all of that, red mud stuff being contained just there. Well, this has chemically changed the groundwater so pH rich that you could use it as drain cleaner. Chemically, it resembles drain cleaner. So whatever you do, don't drink from a spring round there because you'll be burning your throat. And they have to keep watering the whole thing to keep the top layer from drying, because if it dries, it blows off with the wind into the nearby town and causes chemical burns to people's skin and eyes. It also coats the homes and everything around in red dust, which has a pH value of over 10 and below 13, which is nasty caustic stuff. Acidic, I think, is that one. Yeah, if it's high, it's acidic. There was a huge incident with regards to this in particular after a hurricane event a few years ago. So it's also polluting the local waterway. And of course, that goes into crops and animals. And then humans, obviously. So just delightful work here, that they are basically just poisoning the entire area with this caustic pile of their tailings, or, the residue of what's left over from when they make alumina. Now, I understand that this is always going to be the case of this particular type of industrial plant. However, in other locations where they have a similar, tailings pond with red mud, they put it well away from any waterways, and it's usually well away from any local infrastructure as well. They make a point of, having it in a very sort of remote part of whatever site they're on, because of the very problems that it causes. But of course, this is Russia and they don't give a shit. So, yeah, what a fucking mess. And they're basically poisoning the entire local area. So no wonder the people around aren't very pleased about it. And there's all sorts of testing that has been done on it, and yet for some reason they've never been able to do anything about it. So they've tested it, they've gone, yeah, it's absolutely horrific, and then they've done nothing. And that suggests to me that somebody received some money in a bag, because otherwise wouldn't they have done something about it? But even if it's just a court case, fuck's sake. So it's also noted that in a 2006 EPA report written by Dr. John Durham, the oldest part of the first mud pond still remains completely unlined. So it's just leaking its causticness into the local neighbourhood. And it's limestone directly underneath, which is extremely porous, which is the worst case. Water can move through that type of limestone at the speed that it would flow on the surface. There's absolutely nothing to stop the leaching, and it just goes out into the river, the start of Ireland's largest river, the main water source of their country, by the way. Just in case you needed to know, the ecology of what's going on there. So, folks, you know exactly what to do, don't you? Continue to support the Alumina 21 campaign. Continue to do so, because it's very important that we continue to push this campaign forward. Even if it doesn't get into the next sanctions package, we need to redouble our efforts. Yesterday, you'll be glad to know, I spent a good couple of hours emailing all the MEPs that responded to us with, support. telling them thank you very much, and we're going to continue to push this issue. In fact, do go and have a look at our what's it called? Bear with me 1 second while I just get my brain together. Do go and have a look at the package of documents that we've put forward, which are our statement, the official advocacy statement. There we go. With regards to where we think they should be going, why we think they should be doing, what they're supposed to be doing. And also later on today, I'll be talking to somebody important about pushing forward the issue of prevention and punishment of genocide as well, because, that's something that apparently all our countries have agreed upon. And this would be a good way to say, yes, look, we are doing something about that. So don't give up, folks, because we're still going down the path, and it's exploded into a massive issue. And I do think we're going to be successful with this. And once we choke off the materials, we can stop Ukraine having to shoot down 2,100 drones every single fucking day. Jennie, welcome up.
Thank you. Oh, I just took a bite of my sandwich. When you called on me, I had to swallow really
I have such good timing. So sorry.
No worries. I just wanted to read something that the Swedish Minister of Defense put out, because it actually is a part of this conversation. In a deteriorated security situation, the state must be able to act if a building, premises, or land is being used for sabotage, intelligence gathering, or other activity that risk our security and total defense throughout the country. The government is therefore appointing an inquiry into sharper tools against security-threatening property ownership. The aim is for Sweden to be able to intervene more forcefully when properties are used to harm the country, strengthening foreign powers, or enable attacks against Swedish interests. It seems like at least he gets it. And so obviously I had to respond. And so I'm like, oh, I'm guessing that Cabal, the Russian Orthodox Church, and the guy that owns the island, the Russian oligarch that owns the island outside of our submarine base, they are going to be switching ownership soon. But Sweden is strengthening the laws, and obviously there's a Vatnik there going like, oh my God, you're taking away the ownership right to land from all the Swedes. You're being fascist. And I'm like, well, if you're spying for a foreign power, then you deserve to have your stuff taken away from you. If you can't play and keep protecting the interests of Sweden, why should you be allowed to own land in Sweden if you are actively working with a foreign government? So it was funny, the Vatnik crying, but also I'm proud that they are seeming to take this very seriously. So go Sweden for once. Actually, not for once. We have done stuff. I think that Putin woke up the Vikings and they just said, fuck it. We're not going to do this whole neutrality nonsense anymore. And off to war we go. Even though it's just hybrid. Because fuck Russia. Thank you.
Absolutely. You see, the thing is, Russia don't just turn up with bombs and missiles, right? They've been turning up for an awfully long time with smiles and bags of money and suits and laws. And they've been paying people off and getting laws rewritten and generally being, underhand motherfuckers the whole time. And they have sort of been preparing the ground for us to be unable to do something against them because, well, they happen to have, captured parts of our governments and things like that. And we've seen it quite clearly happening. And so it's, one of these things that they do sort of a bit under the radar, very surreptitiously, and then that when we try and work against them, they're like, "Oh dear, your own government is now, working with us," and the fucking bastards. How else can I say it? Have been working at this for a long time prior to attacking Ukraine, so that it would be more difficult for us to act against them. And we really need to get our shit together at this point. We really do. So every last one of us, in Europe and beyond, need to just check our own backyard and just see if we're doing something to help Russia, which we probably shouldn't be. Even if it's completely Russian-owned, Russian-run company, if it's on our soil, we should be doing something about it, because guess what? Their entire premise of, doing this stuff is purely to fund their war effort one way or another. And we can't have that. It's such a lovely place that all these Russians are trying their best to leave Russia. And so we should shut the door on them, just like the Swedish have, put together this proposal and taken all our other countries by the hand and said, "Come along with us. Come on, you can do this. You can do this. We can stop Russians from running around Europe all the damn time." Now, Ukraine's stopping them at source, by stopping them from being able to even get on a plane to fly out of the country. But we should stop them at the other end as well from getting into our countries, because guess what? They turn up with their money and their smiles and their underhand tactics and do terrorism. Yes, all of that. So it should stop, shouldn't it? It should stop. It should be stopped, because remember, if they can, they will. So there we go. So Zelensky spoke with Sky News yesterday, and to be fair, if you haven't seen the interview, go and watch it, because he absolutely charms the pants off the lady who's interviewing him. He comes across as such a genuine human. And I think that's one of the things which, is really, he's funny, he's serious, but in such a way that you can't help but agree with him, because there's no lies. You can literally feel the honesty coming off him. And every woman, and probably most men in your life, now have a small crush on Volodymyr Zelensky, and there's nothing you can do with it. Nothing you can do about it. He is just extremely likable. And you can't help but like him. His smile is infectious. His moral standing is absolutely steadfast. And you just can't help but like the guy. And that's what both Putin and Trump absolutely fucking hate. Because, the Ukrainian dark humour just oozes out of him. This is why he was a comedian, because he just can't help himself. And he's turned Russia into the joke that it is. This interview is very good. And you should enjoy it as much as I did, put it that way. Oh, by the way, the Armenians spent most of last night celebrating and dancing because they managed to, get through an election process without Russia being able to cause too much trouble, and I think that's really nice. The Pashinyan government, Pashinyan, that guy, his government won convincingly, shall we say, very convincingly. And Armenians are very happy about that. So, they're dancing in the streets all night, they were. I do hope they didn't have to get up too early this morning. But remember that, again, like everywhere else, Russians have infiltrated. Russia's 102nd base in Gmuri is sitting on their land like a cancer, like the Orhanish alumina plant in Ireland. So, well, it's possibly time that they did something about that. Just saying. I heard somebody come up. Was it Shapster? Hello,
Yeah.
Shapster.
Yeah, it was. And also Vatniksoep's up around somewhere. I can't see him now, but I've let him up.
Oh, spotted him as well, yeah.
Good morning. Crikey, we're at D-Day almost, aren't we? D-Day, Donation Day, Newbury tomorrow. I've got a bit of a full-on day today, and then that's going to be rounded off by stuffing the car full of stuff to get down there. So just want to remind people, Newbury tomorrow, Tuesday the 9th, Newbury Rugby Football Club from 9 o'clock in the morning till 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Medical stuff's needed. All your old tablets and stuff that your mum and dad have got, will change their stuff from to new medication and whatnot, or over-the-counter meds that you might have. Any walking sticks and stuff that you've got lying around, bring them along. And you don't have to be around Newbury to do this. Come down or come up from wherever you are. Pay it a visit. Unfortunately, the weather looks like it's going to be pretty rubbish. What else? Sanitary stuff, toiletries, toothpaste, clothes, footwear, boots, bedding. The only thing I'll say about the bedding is it needs to be synthetic. Don't bring any duck-down quilts or anything like that. Outdoor living, tents and stuff, they need bigger tents, 4-man or over. Food needs to be in tins, not glass, and it can also be pasta and coffee and tea and dried stuff. Electronics like old laptops and old phones, as long as they're working and they've got a charger with them, that'd be great. Tools, anything you can think of that you would need for a car breaking down, like foot pumps and tow ropes and all sorts of stuff like that. That's ideal. Optical, they need sunglasses, people. So if you've got new sunglasses this year, and you don't need them in this weather, do you really? Bring some sunglasses along. And finally, veterinary stuff, which can be out of date, but not excessively. Pets, veterinary, bedding, from everything from bedding to medication. So this is tomorrow, Tuesday the 9th, Newbury Rugby Club, 9 o'clock till 2 o'clock. Be there or be square. And I believe you're coming along, aren't you, FireFella? If you are, have a safe journey. I look forward to seeing you there.
I certainly am, Shapster man. I'll be there, as I might have to do a space because Mockers, the little tinker, is in the office tomorrow, so aim for a co-host. If not, I'll be there about 9ish. But did we lose you there for a minute, Mockers?
Yeah, just got dumped. Just bye. See you later.
Okay. Vatnik, go ahead, sir.
Just a few remarks. Yeah, first of all, Shapster, great what you're doing. I was in Kamyansi yesterday, meeting a friend who is in the army, in training, etc. And they were pointing out the mosquitoes, and they can be quite brutal in summer, as we experienced. So I know a lot of army units are also asking for those kind of things. Basically, everything you need for camping. Basically, there's a huge overlap what the Ukrainians can use in their army and in their what can be useful in general. And then you're really making a difference. I know Will Thiel, for example, he brought his own special kind of like mosquito repellent cans. In Australia, you can have like cans that are much stronger than the EU regulations. So Mr. Thiel was planning a genocide on the mosquitoes in Ukraine, basically. But you can, there is so much you can donate, and I've like unpacked all these vans when they were like in Kiev, for example, and you were offloading them. Like medicines are really, really important, and also like medical stuff. So anything, like anything that has to do with like health, etc., is really valuable. The only thing I would say, which is less important, is the stuff that Ukraine is producing locally. Like they have their own painkiller brands and stuff like that. But all the other stuff, super important. Mockers, if you need like a co-host tomorrow morning, I'm available. And I just wanted to say one more thing about the Armenia case. So Russia had been like putting pressure on Armenia since 2014. We were often talking about the Maidan, but they sort of like forbade the Armenians in 2014 to make a deal with the European Union. So it's so important that Armenia now won these elections, and they're actually will be able to make a trade deal. It's like the like so many countries have Russia tried to keep in its influence sphere, and they're losing them one by one, whether it be Moldova or even Georgia is like is like tangling there. But it's such a good thing to see. Back to you.
Oh, there you go, FireFella. You have Vatniksoep who can do that. So it's 7 to 9 UK time, which is 9 to 11 Kyiv time, if that helps. Yeah?
Yeah, I'm down.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Chapster, I'll be there as soon as the show's finished. So 9 o'clock, I'll be there about 10, half 10.
Awesome. Thanks, chaps. That really does help because, yes, it's, it's one of those days where I've got to go into the office. I just have to. So, we've been given a talking to that if we don't turn up to the office, we're going to end up being, pretty much forced to go in more days per week because the powers that be are pissed off that we never turn up to the office. So we kind of have to.
Yeah. The work keeps getting done, though, doesn't it? Even though you're not in the office. Funny that, isn't it? Fucking idiots.
I know, it's just rude, isn't it? Rude that they do this to us, but here we are. Anyway, really proud of Armenia and what they're doing. Now, I have a fun story, and for starters, slowly Russians are beginning to wake up to the possibility that they might have to rid themselves of their current government, one way or another. Putin's circle has spent 26 years keeping them, in a earlier century than the rest of us. And a Russian writer, I think he lives in Germany, this guy, to be fair, but he's writing on Telegram. Russia needs renewal. First and foremost, a renewal of their power, a renewal of their elites. There are only two ways to renew this. Just two. Only two. One, a peaceful, calm, civil evolution in September to elect the Duma in the elections. The second, a Maidan, a revolution, a bloody civil war, upheaval and catastrophe. Personally, I would prefer elections. You? Oh, that's a bit cheeky, isn't it? That's a bit cheeky. That he's basically saying would you prefer elections or would you like to have a bloody civil war? Carry on, people. You carry on talking yourselves into it. That sounds like a good idea to me. Of course, he lives in Germany, so he's quite safe over there to say these things. But still, we have plenty of people in Russia who are very unhappy with their current government, including, the Black Spark and a bunch of those sorts of people. So you never know. We also have, we have propagandists whining on the TV now, and a realistic assessment is actually starting to happen. Let me just see what this guy has to say for himself on these. So, what happened in Kronstadt is a catastrophe that can neither be covered up nor spun away. Well, that is true, because it made a big old hole. We have simply lost the combat power of our entire fleet. Look at this list. The 15th Arsenal is destroyed. It wasn't a warehouse for canned food. It was the lifeblood of our Baltic fleet. Was it now? Hundreds of caliber cruise missiles that will never be launched. Hundreds of torpedoes of all types are now gone. I'd just like to say, just think of how many lives that's going to save, that they won't have those missiles, those caliber cruise missiles to launch at Ukraine. What a lovely job. This was our only arsenal. We do not produce any more for the Baltic fleet. Oh no. Thousands of naval mines, depth charges, and shells for naval artillery, all reduced to dust. That sounds delightful, doesn't it? And what about the ships? Our Kilo-class submarines have been damaged, as has the newest Larder-class submarine. I'm just going to say, if you're calling it a Larder-class submarine, it's already got problems. And, of course, the flagship, the Novorossiysk. Is it also down with the flagship Moskva? Do you understand that our Baltic fleet is now nothing more than a stage prop? We have lost not only the ability to conduct offensive operations, we can no longer even defend our own shores. Oh, mate, as if anybody would want to invade you. You're all trying to get into Europe, so, piss off. So I have something else, which is a ticking time bomb, which has apparently begun to detonate inside Russia. But first, go ahead, Vatniksoep. You speak first.
Yeah, just about the Baltic fleet. So a small story. Back in the day, I think it was around 2013, Russia did a sort of like a fake test bombing of Sweden. Like they were mimicking like an atomic bombing attack on Sweden. They didn't actually bomb Swedish territory itself, of course, with test bombs, but they got really close to it. And because of that, the Swedish Navy started investing a lot in their own fleet since 2014, because they were obviously not in NATO, so they had to protect themselves. So the irony here is actually like there were actually countries that were really not, I wouldn't say fearing Russia, but they were, seeing the menace that it could be in the Baltics. So just wanted to say that Ukraine did a huge favor to Sweden in that sense, because a few drones have been much more efficient than this big upgrade that Sweden started doing since 2014.
Yeah, exactly. Take it out at the source, eh? And it is a lot more effective than worrying about it and having to think of how to counter it from afar. Just take it out, and then it's no longer a problem. Brilliant, isn't it? Jennie, go ahead.
It's to me, it's really funny when people go like, "Oh, you don't like Russia because," and then they bring up something that's really recent, and I just sit there going like, nah, this goes way back. And if you want to talk modern era, this still goes back quite some time, all the way back to like the 50s, when they started violating our territorial waters, our airspace. So it's not a new thing that we don't like them. But it is kind of like that, like a high school thing where I know you don't like me, and I know that you know that I know that I don't like you. It's like an endless loop. We all know it's not a secret. We have unfortunately allowed them in way too far. What cabal is one of the biggest examples of this. The same with the Russian Orthodox Church, but at the same time, it's like it's not a secret. They don't like us, and we do not like them. It's like one of the biggest open secrets ever. And I think that Sweden was monumentally stupid when we did away with the general conscription that we had up until I think it was like 97. And then they took it, or maybe it was like 92. They did away with it. And then they were like, oh shit, nobody wants to voluntarily apply to join the military, or not join the military, but to do conscription and just do the basics. And then maybe that was what happened in 97, that they brought it back. And then in 97, it was for boys only. And now it's, you can identify as a shoestring, but if you pass the exams, you are going to be in the military and you can identify as a shoestring. That's fine. Because apparently in Sweden, shoestrings can also fire weapons. And so it has made a difference in the way that they set it up, the way they have it now. There is a much greater retention of the conscript that they stay on with the military after their conscription is over. They make a career out of it. Before, the retention was really quite low. So they're doing something right when they switched it up, even though we have a small army. But that is also by design, because Sweden knew back during the Cold War that we would have to fight alone. And it was a matter of, we have to survive as a country, so we have to change the way we fight. Back then, maybe we were like 8 or 9 million people in the entire country, and that includes children who are obviously not combatants. And they had to adapt the way that Sweden fought warfare in order to beat a much stronger and bigger foe, and also have the tools to do it. This is why the Swedish equipment looks the way it does. It is very simple, and it is more adapted for guerrilla warfare. Look at the AT-4, which is a short range, shoulder launched little thing that can take out a T-90, but its effective range is 300 meters or 300 yards. It's not very long range. It's because once you get into town, then this is what's going to meet you when you get into the town, when you can't really hide in the forest. We're going to try to stop you from getting to that point. But if you end up in a city with your tank, an enemy tank, then this is what's going to blow you to kingdom come. And it's interesting to look at the development of Sweden. But like I said, this has been going on for ages. There's a Wikipedia page called Whiskey on the Rocks. Just read that one. It's hilarious. It's about a Russian submarine that got grounded outside one of our biggest naval bases here in Sweden. And it was a whiskey class. This is why it's called Whiskey on the Rocks. And yes, we did send the crew home because nothing that we could do here in Sweden would have punished them as effectively as what the Soviet Union did to the crew when they got back home. But yeah, it's old, and we continue to say fuck Russia. Thank you.
Absolutely. Now, there is other news, but I know that will be taking over shortly, and I want to leave some of the more exciting news for him. So, as always, I bring you the best stuff, and today I am bringing you butt stuff. Pardon? Not that sort of butt stuff, you dirty. Anyway. A time bomb has detonated in the Russian ass. Pardon? Botched attempts in the early 1990s to replicate the Brazilian butt lift. You know, the famous Brazilian bottom. Guys, I know how to deal with this. You just eat some more cake. Just eat some more cake. Works brilliantly. But we've seen this happen in America, haven't we? That everybody had these sort of butt lift jobs and then decided that they didn't like them anymore, and out they went because they caused all sorts of problems. Because really, you shouldn't just insert foreign bodies into your body. I mean, the odd piercing, perhaps, but everything else, just leave it alone. Just be happy with what you've got, and if you've got a flat ass, it's a shame, but you've got a flat ass. Do some squats or eat some more cake. That would be my advice, anyway. But no, people are still, into this sort of thing, and Russians in particular do like to, I don't know if you've seen the Russian lips on some of the ladies. They do like to inflate parts of their body beyond what anybody would think is normal or nice. But sausage lips, it's just anyway. They went through a big spate of butt lifting, apparently, and now at this time they're all starting to disintegrate inside Russian bottoms, causing people's ass to literally melt. Baza reports 30 years later, the first post-Soviet buttock augmentations have become a shapeless mess, causing tons of discomfort to their owners. Although thinness was popular amongst Russian women at the time, some dreamed of a Brazilian butt and opted for injections to achieve it. The procedure taking only 20 minutes. But the doctors didn't particularly bother even with recovery at the time. They advised just not sitting down for a week, doing some gentle massage on the ass. The volume was created using something called polyacrylamide gel, which, I mean, it doesn't sound good for the person, does it? It doesn't sound like something you should be putting in your skin, but it is now banned in some countries due to unpredictable consequences. This material was later nicknamed the time bomb. Nice. According to Baza, Larissa, not her real name, underwent this particular procedure in 1993 and flaunted her Brazilian buttocks for almost 30 years. However, over time, she has discovered real pain when sitting. Her buttocks literally now melt into the chair, and gel has migrated even up to her lower back. All that remained of her former aesthetic are heavy lumps. She is now 66 years old and has had to undergo 3 surgeries to try and correct the consequences. And the doctor says the correction of her post-Soviet buttocks is something that a lot of women are now having to go through. Oh dear, oh dear. And I do apologise for reading that for you, but there's so many jokes about the Russian rear that I thought I would bring you a new version of jokes about the Russian rear. I'm sure you all enjoyed that thoroughly. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mockers. Saggy asses is all I'm going to be thinking about for the rest of the day. Cheers for that.
Like a bag of apples, actually. Yeah, like a bag of apples.
Yeah, I was there already, sweet. Thank you for that. Most informative.
I'll just say a little bit of cellulite is a lot better than having big, heavy, hard lumps of whatever that gel is. That just sounds horrific. Now, my boss is phoning me, so you need to now talk. Sorry.
All right, peeps. So just a I've seen something, and I can't see Will at the moment, so I'm not going to talk about it. He's put a post up. See if I can find it. Oh, here we go. So he's found a tank farm that looks like it's empty, which is unfortunate. But I'm sure that Ukraine is going to give it a good smacking very shortly. And but I'll let him talk about that more in a minute. Sorry, losing the thread here.
You're going all muffled, FireFella.
All right. Is that better?
Yes, it is.
All right. Where were we? It's caught me on the toe rag. Vatniksoep, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the story that Mockers had. All those beauty treatments are a big rust now in Russia, of course, because penny wise, pound foolish, as you say in the UK. What they have in Russia right now are these packages where you can do like treatments for liposuction on your own. So instead of like going to a doctor, you can do it a little cheaper and inject those things those syringes in your lips yourself. And it doesn't need any explanation that often goes wrong, and there are huge health risks. So I think like this cynical view of life is just reflected in like the lack of like care of safety standards of all of that. So back to you.
Do you know what? I can't think of anything more repugnant than injecting myself with anything. But the look that the Russian ladies go for on their lips is just it's just absolutely foul. And if you're putting that stuff in your butt, no wonder it's going to go wrong 30 years later. So it's their own fault. Mockers, are you back?
I'm back. Yes. Sorry about that. Yeah, she was just basically telling me that I'm really good at my job, so she's going to give me some more work. Yeah, how dare she?
Gold star.
I know. She was like, "Oh, by the way, you're really good at these, so we're just going to get you to do these all week, if that's all right." And I was like, "No, if I must, thanks." So yeah, so that's what I'll be doing this week is loads of extra work. Cheers. Now, I did want to mention something just prior to pissing off. That there is a video of Russian assault groups in Ukraine. And I don't know exactly where in Ukraine this is, but these guys, all of them, are very gingerly moving forward on crutches or with sticks. Every last one of them. Somewhere in Ukraine, this assault group exists. And I'm just saying that moving at that pace, no wonder they're not taking much in the way of land. They're literally hobbling along like, actual cripples, which they actually are. Remember that joke about Russian army being the second best army in the world? I'm just pointing out that these guys, this is Russia's army. This is what they're down to. And horrifically, kids in Belgorod, school children aged 15 to 17 have started to be called to military enlistment officers for what they're calling summer internships. Yeah. Teenagers are being invited to play the roles of junior military enlistment office staff and specialists in military registration. In other words, they're training them up, but you know what's going to happen, don't you? It's all going to be fun and games until they pretend to sign those papers in play and end up actually signing themselves into the armed forces. Yeah. The second those people come against their 18th birthday, they'll be sat on the front line, won't they? And I've been sort of waiting for this to happen. I've been dreading it. I knew it was coming because, we've allowed this war to drag on so very long that now it's not only the guys who can't fucking walk who are being conscripted, it's the kids. And, children are children up until their mid-20s, as far as I'm concerned. And these are, 15 to 17-year-olds. That is absolutely horrific. Now, I can see we're doing some changing around in the background. I am having trouble just bringing people up because, my phone just does not like to play. So someone might have to help me in the background. Thanks. FireFella?
Yeah, thank you, Moj. Just wanted to say thank you, everybody, for the day. Good space, and I'll see you all tomorrow with Vatniksoep, which is going to be exciting. Mockers is in the office, and then later on, I'll see Shapster and everyone that I can at Newbury for the fundraiser. Don't forget, people, keep up with the fundraising. Slava Ukrainian Mockers. See you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Herum Slava. And same from me, actually. I love is all I mean it, but as you can see, I've already kind of got myself involved in work here, so I am going to have to go and do some of that, which is all of the fun stuff. Yay. But I'm not going to just abandon you. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of our friends Ming and Will Thiel. So don't despair. They've got some quite interesting news for you as well, I feel. I've just been looking in the background at some of the more interesting tidbits that have been popped in the background there. And, well, just got to say there's some stuff that I think is well worth hearing. There's some interesting news there. Love you guys. Mean it. And bye.
Cheerio, Mockers. Cheerio, FireFella. Hope to hear from you probably tomorrow, or if not tomorrow, the day after. And welcome up, Will. How are you today?
Doing fine, Ming. How about you? How's things in Ireland?
Yeah, lovely day today here. We had a pretty rainy weekend, but beautifully sunny. Been rather enjoying it.
We're going back and forth between rain periods and sun periods here in Perth, so it's a pretty standard sort of winter day, because it actually doesn't get that cold here. Hey, speaking of Ireland, you went to Caelan's presentation the other day. What you should tell us about that?
Yeah, no, I was planning to talk about that, in fact. Happy to kick off with that. So I went to the event at Trinity College, Dublin, on Friday evening. So it was an evening with Caelan Robertson. There were probably about 50 people there. The place was full. It was sold out. I had a spare ticket because my wife had unfortunately booked something else and therefore wasn't able to join me, which meant I was able to give it to the people who were trying to get in, because there were a few people who were trying to join but hadn't signed up for tickets. So it was all sold out. It was all pretty cool. And so what it was Caelan talking about what he does and a bit about his background and whatnot. And then he showed us his human safari film from Kherson, which I think a lot of you would have seen on YouTube. But I personally hadn't seen it, so I very much appreciated getting to see that. I actually didn't realize how extreme it was, the human safari thing the Russians have got going on in Kherson. Literally 300, 400 drones a day across the Dnipro River. And there's a sort of, looking at it, that the Ukrainians in the film justified it, tried to justify it sort of rationally, in the sense that, the Russians are trying to drive us out of this city so that they can have it, was one rational reason given for why they were doing this. But what struck me most about it was how completely pointless it was. Because militarily, it doesn't really achieve anything at all, right? And it's a total squandering of quite significant drone resources. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. So it just seems to me that
it only does if you recognize that the horror is the point for Russia, right? That's kind
Well,
of,
well,
they're fighting a
exactly.
whole
Yes.
different war.
So that's the conclusion I came to. It's like it is completely non-rational, right? It is just to be as nasty as they possibly can. And there is a silver lining in it, in a sense, and it's a cruel irony, of course, because people are suffering under all this. But because it is such a militarily pointless thing to do, all they're doing is accelerating their own defeat.
Yes, that I'd say that is correct. If you talk about them wasting resources like that, because I'll tell you what, they could use those 300 drones a day now in other locations. But I think it's like the attacks on cities in general. Russia's just fighting a whole different war. They assumed they were big and powerful, and that there's no way Ukraine would be able to outlast them, and they'd scare off NATO or outlast them too, or what they just reckon they're big and powerful. And they didn't think at all about the situation from a peer-on-peer conflict. They were thinking superpower. So they're thinking, we're just going to be unbelievably horrible. We're going to war crime everywhere. We're going to just terrorize. We're going to be as inhuman as possible, as the point to make people think, make the horror stop. Just make the horror stop. War, war's bad. We've got to have it over. The Vatniks would win in the allied countries of Ukraine, and say, oh, just we've got to stop the war at any cost, and that's why they do it. Just they maximize the horror because they're fighting a different type of war than Ukraine is. Ukraine is using all their resources on militarily significant targets, even when they want to make a point, like up in St. Petersburg. They attacked a naval base, mostly ammunition, fuel, the repair shops, a ship in dry dock, and a fuel import terminal down in St. Petersburg, which made a pretty picture on day one. But they're just and no civilian casualties reported in either location, right? None. So collateral damage is amazing, and Ukraine is doing exactly what's right, and Russia's just fighting a whole different war. And I agree, their waste of resources, their corruption, their inefficiency, their stupidity, everything is going to cost Russia to lose this war a little quicker, but not quick enough to really satisfy my need, Ming.
Yeah, no, I agree. So back to Friday evening. It was what was interesting was that Kalin in person's his videos on X that we see, and presumably on Instagram. I don't really do Instagram, but that I suspect is probably his main thing. In person, he's a lot shyer than like super cool Kalin that we see, doorstepping these Irish politicians, for example, and he's a lot more retiring, which is quite touching to see. He walked through his own background. He touched upon his youthful flirtation with the right wing, Tommy Robinson and all that. I wish he'd talked about that a bit more, because I find that particularly fascinating, that mental journey that he himself made, because I think that's a really interesting side to him. 1 minute he's doing stuff with Tommy Robinson and Alex Jones. The next, he's become a complete centrist in all the best senses. So it was briefly touched upon. Very touching. His mother was there, and his mother spoke about how worried she got about him being in these war zones, but how she was so full of pride. And the Ukrainian ambassador, who was also at the event, presented her with some flowers, and by the end of it all, she was in floods of tears, which was really moving. Oh, and then we did a group photo. I don't know, I'll have to go and look on the social media feeds. So there was a group photo of everybody there with Kalin, and then there was You could have your photo taken one-on-one with Kaylin if you wanted, but I'm a sort of shy and retiring kind of guy, so I sort of made my excuses and left at that point.
Right. Well, I mean, he's you can see why the right wing would want to pick him up. He's an attractive young fella who would sell a point well but I think at the base of it, he's just too well educated, and he's too inquisitive to be to not believe the truth and start working toward the truth. He seems like a genuinely nice guy. I'm glad he's gotten a lot of notoriety. I'm glad, even when others pick up issues first, and he comes along and makes a video about something, and that's when it blows up. Fine. I don't get the sense that he's a glory hog at all, or after that is the primary interest. He seems like a very earnest reporter. And I've enjoyed his work. So let's see. I want to talk to you too. I have to talk to you, Ming, about the fall. Well, your take on the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, not the military stuff, but the stuff that was said and the conduct of the forum, because my opinion is it was an overall big loser for Russia. And I can't believe some of the absolute howlers that Putin himself tried to get away with, or now Zakharova is in one today that I have to rebut forcefully. But what did you think about the forum this year, and things like particularly Navalina getting announced that she wasn't going to be appearing at all just before day one commenced?
Oh, really? So I have to say, Will, I kind of missed a lot of what was going on at the forum. I saw a bit of the Putin speech. I saw, what else did I see? I saw the thing that Malafiev presented, which looked like a long, turgid, pointless exercise. That I didn't catch an awful lot of the detail. You tell me what particularly caught your eyes, and I'll tell you what, and I'll respond.
Well, I found almost every statement from Putin I found to be phenomenally absurd. His discussion that oil revenue is down from 50 to 20% in the budget as just a natural progression, like they're moving to solar or something. Just a natural progression. Didn't mention drones or refineries at all, or oil export. Just didn't mention. Has nothing to do with the war. I found that to be phenomenally absurd. And he claimed, believe it or not, looked straight into the camera and claimed that Russia had captured 4 times the territory in Ukraine than is in all of Ukraine. So, nobody calls him up. No howler of that level. Not even a tut. People just sitting there taking notes, like, and I thought the presentations. It was called pragmatic solutions, right? Or pragmatic finding answers for pragmatic way forward. It was a very boring sounding, bureaucratic, Soviet-esque type title of the conference. The presentations that were given there were largely absurd, or things that were like dooming. The presentation by Sechen's deputy in talking about the scenarios for Russia going forward. One of which is absolute glorious victory that looks like it is painted by someone working for Stalin, and the other two are absolute just destitution, right? Enslavement to China or total non-existence kind of things. So it was pretty, it was very over the top, some of those things, but they weren't believable. The economic portion of the forum was essentially non-existent, except for these discussions about just lies, presentations that were full of nothing or lies. It appeared to me, especially the one by Putin and the Q&A sessions with Putin, and it just non-illuminating at all, and attempts to respin history or just ignore basic facts. And the first of those you'd have to say is Nabiulina, the prime architect of your economy, not being announcing that she wouldn't be giving a speech nor participating in any of the plenary sessions at all. So yeah, I thought it was a fizzer, and of course none of the robots worked. Folks, here's the thing: if you're running a economic forum or some trade show for a second world country, don't try to do robots. It isn't going to work out pretty. Soup, how are you, Soup?
Very good, thank you. I just wanted to point out to one more thing. They tried to rally up investments in the Russian economy, etc., in Russia itself, among all those foreign people that were there, of course. And I think that was probably the biggest failure in all of it, because, like you said, they didn't want to tell an economical story, but they were rallying up like, "Ooh, Russia is actually not so bad to invest in at the moment." And I just see it as like a big desperation, because you have all these political figures, from the AfD. You have the Taliban there. It contradicts itself. You have all these people that, in one way or another, have some kind of like loyalty to the awful Russian regime. But I'll bet you nobody of them will invest in the current Russian story. So I don't know how you look at that pitch that they try to do there.
Well, they promised us dozens of large deals.
Promised, yeah.
Yeah, we're the wash up. The statistics from it will be very good to look at Spieth, because Spieth looked to be a joke, a fizzer, an embarrassment, and also the opening and closing presentations given by Ukraine are chef's kiss, 10 out of 10.
Yeah, but the thing that I saw, Will, was, I think it was a Chris Wiki thread, or I think it was a War Translated, basically feedback from one of the Russian bloggers saying, "Oh yeah, Russia's, according to Putin, everything's fine. Russia's advancing on all fronts, etc., etc. The economy, well, not so good, but it's a war, what have you." And that kind of his whole pitch is wearing pretty thin on the Russians themselves, from what I can see.
It does seem to be, because here's the before the conference started. Where's Dryfly at? I wish he was up. We were talking about, I was saying what I thought was going to happen. Now, I thought Nabiulina would appear. Of course, she didn't. I thought that there would be a lot of people speaking the quiet parts out loud and contradicting Putin a little bit like they did last year. Although it's a little bit weird, because some of the speeches you get the first day, and then Putin always appears late in the second day, and so the contradictions get a little bit back around, and then you hear people walking back or clarifying their statements and stuff. But there were people who were out and out saying that we're on the wrong path here, that the war needs to end, that the war is a real problem for the economy, and but so I think that and the public has not eaten it up either. The statements made by Putin about the economy and their living standard in relation to Europeans, and just the absolute absurdity of the stuff that he tried to put out there as statements of fact with regard to the state and future of the Russian economy, were galling. I grabbed him by the day, but I want to talk about this absolute bitch, Zakharova's statement today, which I've only just seen for the first time. Mockers.
Yeah, I just wanted to add what I put in the back there about that Anastasia Kasharova, Is that her name? She's
Yeah. There's people speaking the
absolutely,
truth, aren't they?
she's absolutely run out fucks to give. She
Yeah, read
said,
it out. It's hilarious.
yeah, the enemy is attacking Kronstadt, our oil refineries, the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum in black smoke, and trying to attack Moscow every day. And we report that we captured the settlement of Shevchenko in the Kharkiv region, which had 0 inhabitants in 2022. Ooh.
Ouch, burn.
Yeah, she is just telling it how it is. I don't know who she's friends with, but somebody is been protecting her for a long time because she's been speaking out for a while. But this is the sort of attitude that has just turned up recently, and oh boy, she is done with the lies.
Well, we'll see. Because if you see a rash of this happening and then no crackdown by the government, then you'll see more and more of it. Uh, and hopefully we do, because Russia withdrawing from this war, the public pressure becomes political pressure, not the same way it does in your liberal democracy, but believe me, if this thing is on the nose and causing significant social disturbances, and oligarchs start to feel unsafe and very unhappy with their lot in life, given and their future prospects, then that becomes a massive political problem for Putin, because people get to talking, and then people get to talking to other people, and they decide that maybe things aren't so great at the top. And one of the ways to make it better is to stop this war, but that no way Putin will stop the war, which is obvious, right? His response to the letter of Ukraine is obviously, well, as he said, very insulting, and you know, Zelensky responded, "Wow, he should have seen the first one." It reminded me of the Spinal Tap episode, the Spinal Tap conversation, where they're describing the Smell the Glove album. And I had to make a joke about it, of course. But look, Putin doesn't and cannot stop this war. He will have the oligarchs that are still making lots of money in the defense side of things behind him still, and he'll still have a large swath of the hawks in the internal security services, police, and all the other apparatus, Rosguardia, inside Russia. But some of them are also rich oligarchs, so sometime they might start feeling the pain. But we'll see. I'm still really looking forward to the elections in September, not because of the elections, but because of the candidate selection that'll take place, I think, in August. And we'll, look at that more. So one thing so this Zakharova, the spokesman for Maria Zakharova for Russia, the last thing she decided to do at the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum was once again to give a talk about to give a fake Q&A about Bucha, the massacre at Bucha. She paints it once again as an entirely made up episode that it's phenomenal. As if nobody. I'll just read. She says, "Who were they? Who remembers them? What do people say about them? So just so that we know they existed, they simply didn't exist. They made it all up, folks." This gaslighting that's going on here, as if the people in Bucha didn't have a story we've told many, many times here on Volya, and that I personally walked the trail of with a lady who lived and taught English in Bucha at the time the Bucha massacre took place. Massacres took place, and clearly saw the names and the backgrounds and the history of these dozen of people that you saw herded across the road and down a back alley to a courtyard where they were shot. I've stood in that courtyard. Their posters or their pictures and stories are up there, as if these people don't have names, didn't have an existence, that we've made up all the story about them, and that a town, well, a suburb the size of Bucha at the time wouldn't know each and every one of these guys. And you can, I'll put some photographs in response to this bitch, and I was holding off on some of this stuff until Robin gets back so I can cover that content when she's sitting with me, because she was there at the time. But the walking tour that you can take in Bucha takes you past the machine gun walls and destroyed trees and buildings that have now been rebuilt but have clearly showed sign of damage and rebuilt. She is telling this big lie. I suspect she's telling this big lie. She's brought it up again and made this point at St. Petersburg Economic Forum because she knows that the big lie that Russia made up about the school with all the young girls in their underwear being killed by Ukraine, which was in fact a Rubicon drone training center, and probably did have some 15 and 16 years old kids at it, but Rubicon brought them there. These are military. It's a military installation. Russia had it on Channel 1. We've seen profiles of it, and had the OSINT folks guarantee us that that's the building that they're standing in when they're giving the training from Rubicon that they were so proud of. But so they've made up this big lie. They keep trying to use this big lie as their justification for doing horrendous things to Ukraine. The first attack on Kyiv, and then the second attack on Kyiv. They keep trying to bring it up. But soon they'll just probably, I don't know if they'll ever give it up, because once they get stuck on something like the Russians or the Soviets absolutely turn it into myth, and there's nothing there in the center of it. They were just butthurt over the fact that Ukraine found out where Rubicon was working on the day and zeroed them out, and they hate that. But hopefully Ukraine, they'll move on to something else soon, because like the St. Petersburg attacks, Ukraine's got something coming that Russia will feel even more butthurt than that about, coming soon to a booms and woe near you shortly. This woman is repulsive, and that she would once again, out of nowhere, essentially, no reason for her to have to bring this subject up, but raised it as a big false flag, fake thing that Ukraine drummed up to try to get smear Russia's image, in the ICC or whatever. And the journalists looking on don't look like, they're not looking back at her, and she's being very excited and emotive during the speech, but they're standing around looking like, is anybody else believing this shit? Or, they're not wrapped with attention. They're looking around like they've heard it all before, and they're wondering, like I am, why it's being brought up at that date. Anyway, that's the last bit of absurdity from the speech. I thought it was it met all of my expectations for humiliation and degradation and demonstration of Russia, that they're failures and losers, and humiliated Putin, hopefully made him his health worse, and he progresses toward his untimely death sooner rather than later, which is the thing that he found very offensive that Zelensky brought up. His age, and that this is all his war, and maybe you ought to be thinking about those you left behind. He found it very offensive. Putin did, and I'm sure you'll find. He'll lash out time and time again in relation to that, because I think Zelensky really does get to Putin, and I believe Putin probably won't even ever agree to sit in the same room with him again, ever since he was embarrassed so badly in those, I think, Minsk discussions, well before the war started. Vatniksoep.
It was actually after the Minsk discussions. It was in Paris, I think 2019, and Zelensky truly had like the desire to solve the whole thing with Russia, to get things done, make peace. That was what he had campaigned for in his elections. And what happened there was the Russians, they had deployed a trick in these Minsk Accords, and the trick basically was, we want elections, but we don't want, we promised to pull back our troops, but first elections need to be held. Putin over there denied even that Russia had involvement in this. It was like, no, it's the separatists, it's not us. We can do a good word for you, etc., etc. But they insistently were stating that, no, we don't want to change the order of like that those people need to leave and then election. We want elections first. And as we know in the history of Russia, is that whenever they promise to pull their troops back, they will never do. So they did this in Abkhazia in like they made the first Sochi peace agreement in like 1992. They said, okay, we will pull our troops back. No, they never did. They planned a new offensive. They promised this in Moldova in 1994 in a peace agreement. We will pull our troops back. It doesn't happen. Then they promised this in an OVSE meeting in 1999. They promised both Georgia and Transnistria, like Moldova, like we will pull our troops back by 2002. Doesn't happen, of course. So Zelensky was smart enough to know, like, don't agree with the fact that they will insist on this, and don't trust their gentleman's word for it, because they won't ever uphold it. And Putin actually, what Zelensky even started doing was like he started to laugh a little bit when Putin was he was saying like, I won't give in, I won't, I won't, he even started to laugh a little bit, like, this is unrealistic for us to like agree with, etc., etc. And you had like Surkov, Putin's spin doctor, who really, really became mad over there. He had these tantrums. And you had Putin himself, and Putin was much more passive aggressive, but from that point on where Zelensky even started laughing a little bit, he didn't want to give him even a second look. And there's an article by Verchka, a Russian medium, which is rather neutral, so it's not like on the Russian side. It's made like a whole analysis of like how Putin started to hate Ukraine and Zelensky, and they basically state that is the moment that Putin bared a grudge on Zelensky so much.
Well, and I think it's that he laughed at him, right? That he
exactly
during the situation he showed no fear, and Putin said something that he expected, not to get laughed at about, and he got a little chuckle. Zelensky got it started right then, I'm sure.
Yeah, exactly what you say. And Putin, has like this huge ego, and he has had like these grudges with people before over like these tiny kind of things. He hated, for example, Saakashvili, the former Georgian president, because he stood up against him. So and the second thing that Putin also really hated was, of course, they go to Paris to this meeting and they totally underestimate Zelensky. They think like, oh, he's a comedian, he's an unexperienced politician, he's not really prepared for all of this. And Zelensky's team, I forgot the name, but they got like an experienced team, people who really knew their stuff. And Putin sort of like was outmatched. He thought like it would be a walk in the park to fool this Zelensky figure, and then that happens. So that's another part of it, like he was humiliated by somebody who he didn't even think had any standing in it. So yeah.
Yep, and Putin and Trump began hating Zelensky when Zelensky refused to collect fake fake information for Trump on the Biden family and supply it to Trump during the election campaign. That's why he was withholding the congressionally approved shipment of Javelin missiles to Zelensky, and so he developed a visceral hate of Zelensky. You could tell at that time, and that's what came out. It came out regularly with Trump talking about Zelensky after that time, and it came out certainly in that Oval Office meeting that I think will go down as a massive humiliation for the United States, given how it's turned all out. And Zelensky sitting there like a future a futurist telling him you might not think so now, but you're going to think so in the near future. And sure enough, drones have become a massive problem. I just think he's quick on his feet. He may have been a comedian, but you don't get to be a smart ass without being smart. And I think he's savvy, quick on his feet. He's a company director. He has a law degree. I mean, it's not like you should underestimate him, but people like Putin love underestimating people from Ukraine. So to their detriment, obviously. So Ming, I think the supply interdiction by Ukraine may, in fact, have started bearing some fruit. What do you think?
Yeah, almost certainly, I'd say, Will. Almost certainly. Are you seeing anything specific?
Yeah, it looks like Atesh, who are pretty good reporters of this stuff. They don't usually over-egg their cakes too much. Are reporting that some of the Russian armed forces are actually abandoning their positions on the Kinburn Split in Mykolaiv region. This is the whole peninsula that leads out, points toward Odessa, but it's actually off of the south side of Kherson. And we've seen some recent action in Hola Pristana by Ukraine that both Jeff and I were speculating about the other day. If Ukraine is able to establish a presence there in Hola Pristana, or has done so, and they starve out Russia through supply, it may become untenable for Russia to hold positions out there, and they, excuse me, might do a what do they call it? A goodwill gesture.
Yeah, so another goodwill gesture might be on the cards. But having said all that, just to tie this back to the things we were talking about a little bit earlier in the context of Spieth and what have you. So there's a piece in Sargrad where they're obviously sensing the currents in Russian society as a whole. So I'll just read you the headline. The elites are ready to surrender Russia. Putin is being pressured to admit defeat. Operation Coercion has begun. So obviously the elites here are Russian elites, apparently somehow coercing Putin to admit defeat and walk away from Ukraine. And they run through a lot of...
This is in Sargrad,
This is in Sargrad, yeah. So...
and any names named?
No names. They don't actually point to specific individuals, but I guess everybody can kind of guess who they're talking about. They run through all the various recent humiliations. So the attack on St. Petersburg, 140 drones, the marine an attempt was made to attack the marine plant in Kronstadt, and the media reported a fire in the Bolshaya Izhora area. Now, presumably the Bolshaya Izhora area is their fuel refinery. Will, I don't know.
No, actually, it's the ammunition depot.
Oh, that's hugely. Okay. So they didn't blow up an ammunition depot. There was a fire. So, and then they talk about how Ukraine managed to run the Russian Navy out of Sevastopol. Are they going to do the same thing now? Are they going to run them out of Kronstadt? Which is absurd, because it's like a literally an island off St. Petersburg in the Gulf of Finland, right there. But yeah, it's also feasible that that they're going to have to do a repeat of what they did in the Russo-Japanese War, where they moved the Baltic fleet all the way halfway around the world to hide them in what's it called, that city on the Far East?
Vladivostok.
They're going to have to hide their Baltic fleet in Vladivostok to preserve it from the Ukrainians. But then, of course, they run through the positives. Russia's advancing on all fronts. The Ukrainians are finished. They've run out of people, massive losses, etc., etc. So we've got to stay the course. But it's just intriguing that they obviously picked up these undercurrents in broader Russian society and feel the urge to address them directly.
Well, they're essentially repeating the talking points that Putin gave during his discussion or during his speech at St. Petersburg, where the Q&A, where he said they took 4 times the territory of Ukraine, they captured that much territory. He also said, and Russia is advancing on all fronts, and so I think they're repeating that. They're doing what they often do. If they want to report that there's problems, they want to also report that they're not the problem by repeating the talking points and doing a bit of cheerleading for the Kremlin at the same time.
And by the way, I just add, before we go to Joanna, I just add that in Russian history, Kronstadt's symbolically very important because it was very much one of the cradles of the 1917 revolution. It was basically naval mutinies in Kronstadt. That
sounds very German, doesn't it?
Yeah. No, well, lots of things in and around St. Petersburg are very German because he brought in Peter the Great brought in a whole bunch of Germans to help him build the place.
Fair enough.
So Kronstadt is like one of the cradles of this 1917 revolution. So the Russian Navy getting run out of there.
So Saint Peter, or Peter the Great, not Saint Peter. Peter the Great went to Netherlands and raised a German army so he could build French buildings in his hometown.
Yeah, exactly. And he spent time. He was actually a really interesting guy. I mean, he literally spent time in shipyards in Holland and in England, learning how to build ships and things like that. And then just, staked out this mosquito-infested swamp as the place he wanted his new city to be built. Got his troops to build himself a log cabin that was going to house him while they were building.
Buddy, you're getting muffled.
Oh, yeah, he got his troops to build him a log cabin from where he would direct the building of St. Petersburg, which they built for him overnight. It's still there. You can go and visit it. And the city just went from there. But it was very much, it was all, Russia doing this stuff on our own. We don't know anything, so we need Western specialists across the board to help us out. And the whole idea behind the city was to be this window onto the West. That was their great gateway to everything the West had to offer. That's what Peter's thinking was behind it all. Joanna, go ahead.
Good morning, Ming, and thank you for the space. So, I have a proposition for you too, because I was thinking of writing an article, but I'm just not a military analyst or whatever. And I think this has to be said. So my point is, I realized I looked into it a little bit, and it was confirmed to me that Crimea actually is untenable. The idea is that Crimea can be held by Russia if Ukraine agrees. If Ukraine doesn't agree, it's impossible for Russia to hold Crimea. And this situation with the Ukrainian agreement was real before 2014, when the Russians had the usage of the port of Sevastopol and a lot of businesses there and a lot of import-export, things like this. But afterwards, it was clear that, without Ukraine's approval or agreement, you cannot hold Crimea. So the geographical and geo-economical status of Crimea makes it so that it's not self-sufficient. It needs water, it needs fuel, it needs food, electricity, a lot of things. The economy of Crimea exists. They have some agriculture, some fishing, some industry, some even gas production, but I think is halted now because the investment was done by Western companies, and after 2014 it ceased to function. So it has some things, but it's not enough for its population. And without Ukraine, Russia cannot just hold Crimea. It cannot hold it from the economical point of view and also from the military point of view, because if you have like a aggressive army at the west of Crimea, you cannot hold the port of Sevastopol. If you have like sea drones and drone attacks, you cannot hold, the Kerch Strait and the other Feodosia and the other things. So Russia should understand this. They cannot hold Crimea unless Ukraine agrees. And because Russia invaded Ukraine first in 2014 and then in 2022, Ukraine will never agree now. So yeah, Crimea is lost for the Russians. I think that they just didn't understood that yet. What do you think?
I think you are correct. I mean, they believe that the only way it should be obvious to them they're going to lose Crimea eventually. But I think he's still interested in escalating, uh, if he can, on a strategic level, to to stop the war overall, and hopefully get handed any territory that they currently stand on will be Russia's position, regardless of when the war ends. But I totally agree with you. And the disruption on the Chonhar Bridge yesterday suggests that that's right. There's now the only links by road and rail into Ukraine or into Crimea. Only two of them remain. The additional one on the isthmus of Crimea, and the other is the very untenable Kerch Bridge that is open for road traffic, but not any significant rail traffic that goes across there. So Ukraine is also further eliminating, as you see in the attack overnight, of the Semi-Kolodezh oil depot in Lenino. That's a tiny little oil depot that's up in the northern part of the spit there, near Feodosia, as it heads toward Kerch. That it isn't, in my estimation, wasn't even being used, but it is a tank farm that could be used by Russia. So it's been knocked out as a target of opportunity by Ukraine on a night where they also once again report attacking the Feodosia oil terminal, which, at this point, there's really nothing worth hitting in the Feodosia oil terminal that I know of, unless they're trying to take out the tank truck loading racks or more of the piping manifold, so that Russia can't load ships or unload ships directly into the pipeline there, which would be the only other sort of thing I'm thinking. Feodosia oil terminal, for all intents and purposes, is gone. The one at Zhankoi has been damaged. The one at Dvarskaya is significantly damaged. The one down in near the airbase at Saki and Belbek have been struck. I don't know how much damage is there, and they're now going after basically every little depot across Feodosia. It looks to be being targeted. So Russia has no place to hold fuel. And they are, gasoline is not being sold to citizens. They had a coupon issuance, and they were gone instantly. And the black market is picking up. So look, for fuel, they're clearly in end stage of their viability for being there. Water is somewhere probably about halfway. They haven't been able to do any agriculture on Crimea for quite a while, and drinking water is probably and utility water is probably going to be in trouble in the relatively near future, especially if they lose power to their pumping and treatment capabilities. And food is also now starting to be slightly rationed, right? You're not allowed to buy more than a kilo or kilo and a half of Gretchka, a kilo and a half of sugar, flour, that sort of stuff. The staples are now having purchasing quotas placed on them to avoid people doing runs on things that they do when they start to panic, when they start to run out of fuel and water, and things don't look like you're going to live there. And Ukraine attacks the place regularly and scares the shit out of you. So I think the population is ready to see the back of Russia in Crimea, and that it is untenable for them to hold. Do you want to?
Yeah, exactly. And what I wanted to add is that's why Putin never wanted this military thing, actually. He thought it is an easy thing to change the regime, to provoke some fake elections, to have like a Georgian scenario and then a Belarusian scenario and add Ukraine to the Union state and so on and so forth. He basically wanted a regime change, not a military thing campaign that is like extended over 4 years and
Right.
it
He wanted
costs Russia.
Czechoslovakia, didn't he?
Yeah, he wanted something like this. He wanted to extend Russia to rebuild Soviet Union. This Union state is basically his attempt to rebuild the Soviet Union, to add Ukraine, to add Georgia, to add some of the countries that were under the Russian sphere of influence. He didn't wanted this military disaster, and the problem is that the military leaders that are whispering in his ear that soon enough, soon enough, soon enough, we will get all the Donbass, we will get more, we will get more, makes Putin go ahead. And there is the sunk cost, there is the forward cost. There are things in his in psychology that can explain why is this continuing, because I think it was clear autumn 2022 that he will not succeed. Those who doubted it in March 2022, those who doubted it later on, I think for all it was actually clear in autumn 2022 that Putin cannot succeed in this invasion because Ukraine is not bending the knee. And if Ukraine doesn't voluntarily bend the knee, he will still have this military disaster. So yeah, he didn't want this, he is caught in this, and he doesn't know his way out of this. And all this failure of speaking truth to power is making all of this worse.
Agreed. And so I kind of feel like there are enough mainstream commentators that have now picked up on a lot of what I've been very concerned about. That I'm wondering if my job here might be done. Right. If Fareed Zakaria did a superb job of covering the state of the war, with a level of detail that I would have included the other day, and the only thing he missed at the end, the thing that I'm going to stay here for and keep reporting the news, and as things go better and better for Ukraine, specifically so we avoid the mistake that Fareed Zakaria made at the end of his excellent discussion, which is that Ukraine needs to have any territorial concessions, whatever, because you would think somebody of Fareed Zakaria's well-reading, being so well-read about history and precedents, and what a dangerous precedent it sets if the fruits of aggression are allowed to be provided to Russia over this war. They should have to give up all territories of Ukraine. All children need to be returned. All war criminals need to be prosecuted, and reparations need to be paid. And that Ukraine should return to its 1991 borders, not because of some gift to Ukraine, but because that's what the world agreed in setting up the United Nations. And the UN Charter says. I've got loads of problems with the UN, but I got zero problem with the UN Charter talking about we're not going to have wars of aggression, and we're not going to change borders by force, and we're not going to allow any country to enjoy the fruits of aggression. That's the exact language used in it. And It's the only reasonable position, and I wish commentators who've now caught up with everything, the drones, they're talking about these refinery strikes now like they just started. Like I haven't been talking with you and Beefeater and everybody since the end of 2023 about them in detail. But now that they've picked up, maybe my work is done here in regards to some stuff, but I absolutely positively am going to stay and continue shouting about the fact that Ukraine should have no territorial concessions at all, even though the path to victory is to have an unconditional ceasefire, as Zelensky has just proposed again, an unconditional ceasefire, and then we'll discuss what and how the fate of the occupied territories are going to be managed. But to be honest, Russia needs to pay, war reparations and give up the children, all these other things that Russia literally won't be able to afford the temporarily occupied areas either. It's not just Crimea, Luhansk and Donetsk and Zaporizhia. The places where Russia are ruined. They're destroyed. Donetsk will never ever have a carrying capacity of 1 million people again until it sorts out a massive change in its water supply. Russia has destroyed the groundwater aquifer underneath the Donetsk area from all those mines. It's blown the Novorossiysk Dam, folks. The area Russia holds, Russia can't afford to maintain. It can't even afford to maintain its own hinterlands. What would it possibly want to do with the temporarily occupied areas? They need to be rebuilt by Ukraine for Ukrainians that lived there all along. And I'll bet you any amount of money that a vast majority of the people living in the temporarily occupied territories would once again, like in 1991, vote for being part of Ukraine rather than being part of Russia, regardless of what language they speak at home. Although many of them are probably learning Ukrainian as I speak, just to show solidarity and remove this lie that Putin keeps telling about the temporarily occupied people being Russians who want to be part of Russia. It's total gobshite. Jennie.
I just wanted to say, but you kind of touched on it when you said that they can't even do the upkeep in their own country, like within their own original borders from 1991. Um, I don't understand this whole land grab thing when they really can't do have a decent standard of living for their own citizens. Why take on more? They're not going to be able to raise the standard of living for ordinary Russian citizens. The I will never forget the video of the what I don't know if it was a woman or a transgender person. More power to them, whatever they are. But the person was crying on camera about I don't remember if it was like Telegram or TikTok. One of the two was getting banned in Russia, and they were crying, saying how she doesn't want to live in poverty, and the Russian state is now taking away their source of income. And I'm like, sweetie, you live in a country that has poo fountains. I don't care how many rubles you have in your bank account. You're living in poverty already. This is not a thing anywhere else in the world. Up until 2 years ago, on Maria Report, when I first heard about poo fountains, I had no idea what they were. I had never heard of that. And I, so everybody knows because I've been bragging about my son graduating high school. And this kid that I know, he is in his second year in high school. It's like 3 years in senior high school here in Sweden. He is right in the middle, and he's studying to do pipes, not just sewage, but piping, VVS. And I told him about poo fountains in Russia, and he just looked at me. He's like, "What the hell are those?" And I said, Well, um, you work with pipes. You tell me what happens if you don't maintain the pipes underneath the ground and you have raw sewage. And he's like, oh my fucking God. That was his response. And obviously, he's studying this and he's never heard of poo fountains. You're already living in poverty if you live inside of Russia. I don't care how much money you have. It's poverty. Poo fountains is not a thing in liberal democracies and anywhere else. So they should not be grabbing land. In fact, they should just let the nations that they have absorbed into the Russian Federation, they should let them go because they can't even do regular maintenance inside the country. Anyways, because fuck them. Thank you.
Yeah, I just
Thanks,
add to
Jenny.
that. Will, I don't know if you had experience of this, but at that time of year in Russia when the district heating would come online, right? So that would be typically late October. Your heating was done on a district basis from a local power station, and when they turned it on, my building anyway in Moscow was just full of the most alarming noises, like these rattles and shaking and God knows what going on.
Groans.
Groans, and then you'd have to flush out your water supply, which would literally run brown for a day. So
Yeah,
your
you'd
normal
have to
tap.
blow the filthiest, stinking, screeching water out of your radiators as they got set up for the winter too.
Yeah, but this was all in the freshwater supply. You'd have to like flush it out for a day, and you were warned not to use it for 2 days, just to get rid of all the gunk that was coming. It was literally dark brown coming out of the taps. So it was like pretty alarming stuff. But anyway,
Yeah, that's far worse than the light rust color I used to get most of the rest of the year.
Lev, welcome up.
My first apartment in Russia was one of the ones, Ming, where you only got hot water in wintertime and you only got cold water in summertime.
Oh, right. So they ran both in tandem. Yeah. No, I always had hot water all year round.
Hot water went through the heater and then came out the shower and the water taps.
Go ahead. Welcome up, Lev.
Hey, Ming, thank you so very much. I thought the Vatniksoep was ahead of me, but did he drop off? Is that what happened?
Yeah, it looks like he's disappeared. He'll come back.
Oh,
Go
I
ahead,
see.
Lev.
Okay. Yeah, no, Will, you were so spot on about giving up territorial concessions. And I don't know why, I don't even know why people say, bring Putin to the negotiating table. There really is nothing to negotiate. Russia must leave, period. That's not, that's not a complicated peace negotiation, peace deal. Obviously, all the rest of the stuff that you outlined, obviously, the return of the 20,000 children and war reparations, and obviously sending someone to The Hague to stand trial for the damages that they inflicted. And I think that sending Putin is really something that the West, the free world, should hold out for. Just blame it all on him. It just allows the Russians to have an off ramp of some sort. Not that they deserve it, but in practicality, somebody will overthrow him if they can then be the leader of the largest country in terms of landmass and a very strong country. And it'll be worth their while to deliver him and say it was completely Putin's fault. We didn't have anything to do with this. That's sort of the obvious scenario, and I think that things are really slipping away from Putin. That when Zelensky wrote the letter, is telling Putin that what's the point of the war? You're the only person who wants this war. Nobody in Russia wants the war, and Putin had just offered that they should have a negotiation. And so Zelensky said, "Yeah, I'm ready." And the journalist asked Putin on live TV, what do you say to that? To Zelensky's letter, what's your answer to that? And Putin was just like, he just like collapsed emotionally. And they had this close up of his face while he was just like, he had nothing to say except, "Look, I don't think it's good at this time." Very, very pathetic response. I think he's really going down, and people are getting much more outspoken about it. I saw Senator Blumenthal, our senator here from Connecticut, and he was, it was his 10th trip to Ukraine, and he said, "Ukraine is winning." It's a really important concept to verbalize that Ukraine is winning. It's not winning super fast. They're not routing Russia, but the momentum shift, the fact that Russia cannot move an inch forward is such a significant change from what Russia had been doing, creeping forward a few kilometers every month and so forth. Eventually they would win, and it sort of promoted that narrative. But obviously, this is fantastic that Ukraine has stopped them cold. Have to tip my cap to Elon Musk for actually allowing the Starlinks to be used only by Ukraine and not allowing Russia to use them. As much as I've despised him earlier on during this war, but anyway.
Finally a capitalist recognizing where his bread is really buttered. Hey.
Yeah, whatever his motive is, I'll take it. Give credit where it's due, But definitely, he did a lot of damage before that, so we don't have to praise him too enthusiastically. But absolutely agree with you. The war reparations are something that will be worked out. Ultimately, Russia just has to leave. Nobody has to sit at any table. Russia calls up and says, "I'm ready to leave. Don't shoot at us while we're departing." That would be the entire peace deal that's necessary. Once Russia leaves, there's going to be some very interesting negotiation to be done then. But that's really the first step, because at that point, the war is over, the land has been returned. What every father and mother sacrificed when they sent their son to war and lost him, or every veteran who's lost a limb, uh, they need to see the land returned. That was what they fought for, and they can't be told, "No, that was a complete waste of your life." And Zelensky has talked about that. He says that, "I meet every parent, meet every spouse of a fallen hero. And it's essential that I meet them and look them in the eye and thank them for their service, because I need to know what they're feeling. I need to face them when I am sending their beloved husband or child or parent into harm's way." And they paid the ultimate sacrifice. And there are many, many, many veterans whose lives have been in one way ruined, by losing multiple limbs, or, even one limb is a massive sacrifice on their part. They need to know that Ukraine did it for a reason, to get its land back. And obviously, the reparations will have to follow. But I think if they just throw it all on Putin's fault, then the moral aspect of this, people can somehow come to grips that the responsible party has paid and justice has been served. And somebody in Russia is going to like that model. If you ask them in secret, if they, give them a wish, could you wish for Putin to suddenly vanish and you to be the ruler of Russia? I'm sure there's a lot of people who would say, "Yeah, I'll take that deal." Anyway, as much as we wish lots of people to pay. Anyway, you guys are the best. Love you all. Slava Ukraini.
Hero Slava, thanks, Lev. I reckon there's probably a finite number of people in that system who would want the top job. knowing that it's a fairly poisoned chalice, whoever takes it from Putin, that's for sure. Now, I'm sure Mockers talked about booms in great detail, but I'll just note, because it is so important that in the attacks overnight, Ukraine has managed to set multiple fires, it looks like, in Grushevaya oil terminal. This is the big tank farm that's up on the hills behind Novorossiysk. The pictures are absolute artwork of the city of Novorossiysk across the harbor, and then looks like a volcano up in the mountains behind there. But it's not a volcano; it's the Grushevaya tank farm that serves the oil terminals down below by the Navy base. So there's only one thing up in that Grushevaya Balka area, that the little gas flare at the pumping station, which should give off any heat signature, whatever. It's just basically a pilot light. The rest of the tank farm should not be giving off hot fire heat signatures, as it is in at least 3 other locations. So we wait to see how much of that is on fire, but let's hope lots of it, because, I've been talking about these depots that get knocked out recently, and they're 10,000 cubic meters or 29,000 cubic meters or something like. They're little. They're, 20. You wouldn't want to try to drink 29,000 cubic meters of fuel, but or to be enough for you and your buddies for a while. But this one is 1.4 million cubic meters of crude. It's the major thing that's, and there's some product there, but it's the major terminal that serves that Novorossiysk ports 1 and the 1 and 2. The CPC terminal that feeds through the submerged moorings out to the off single port moorings offshore, and is all of CPC's oil that comes through there, along with some oil that comes from Russian that goes down to there and to Mish, the Sheshkaris terminal. Both those two are just south of the naval base. There's a couple of little ones up north of the northwest of the city itself on the harbor, but they're of no significant consequence yet. Once this Grushevaya is burned to the ground, then Ukraine can head up north there and take out the little tank farms and jetties that Russia can still export crude from here in Novorossiysk. But this will be a very good reduction in the amount of crude that Russia can move in particular, which I think is absolutely superb, especially given all the damage done and the shutdown at Tuapse. This is the only other Black Sea port of note. Of course, they can move a fair bit out to Taman, the area near Volya, and they can move some out to Azov Sea and Rostov. They can do some workarounds and export some crude, but replacing a couple million barrels a day that they can put out here at Novorossiysk is going to be a real black eye for Ukraine, or for Russia by Ukraine. And I'm definitely here for it. They also struck in the oil area the Krasny Yar, the linear production and dispatch station in Volgograd region. This is way up in the northwest of the province, and they also struck a linear pumping station in Voronezh province. So not far north of the border where this one was hit. Another one was also hit in Voronezh. So they're clearly up to something here in allowing the movement of Russian crude around the country from the various fields, as well as, of course, going after the major terminal tank farm itself. So I just wanted to note those. Also in Krasnodar, a radar station was hit in Kabardinka, which probably means that there's going to be even more opportunity to move drones in by knocking out the eyes out of Russia's radar detection system. So that's good news. And then there's a number of other smaller attacks in Zaporizhia and in Donetsk, in the occupied areas, where they continue to attack material and equipment assemblies, soldiers that get together, anything on that highway that goes down to Crimea, and of course the Chonhar Bridge at the other end of it. So it's on the battlefield or in the strategic strikes and in the medium range stuff. It looks to be once again a day of all good news. And this story today that if Russia is actually moving its 337th Regiment out of the Kinburn Spit area, that's going to be big news. If Russia's already relaxing its control over some areas, because they mostly have special operators working out of the Kinburn Spit, doing observations and things for Russia for its other long range attacks. So not having that as an observation point for Russia will be a phenomenally good thing to eliminate some of Russia's capability down in that area, and it overall shows a massive weakness of Russia, and that the supply interdiction is taking effect possibly already, which is a super development, I think, today, Ming.
Sorry, Will, you caught me on the wrong screen. Say that again.
Nothing. I was just finishing up the summary of the attacks or the middle range and tactical operations. It doesn't look like there's any significant movement most places up and down the line. But this report by Atesh that the 337th may be of 337th Regiment of Russia may be starting to abandon the Kinburn Spit might be a very big news in the next day or two.
Yeah, because it's not that easy to defend, is it? Because we know that Budanov's quite into amphibious raids and stuff in areas like that. So yeah, we could be seeing all sorts of awkward things happening if they're genuinely pulling out.
Yes, absolutely, no doubt. Now, in more bad news of Russia escalating,
We've got Lev with his hand up. Should we go to Lev?
Sorry, I didn't see his hand. Go ahead, Lev.
Thank you so much, Ming and Will. I mean, what you do for this channel is just great for the space. Maria just sent me something that I don't know if it's been discussed yet, so I'm just going to read it for you. This is from the Kyiv Post. NATO aircraft have reportedly shot down a drone in Latvian airspace for the first time, LTR reported. According to
apparently it's a French plane shot down a drone in Latvia, yeah. I hadn't got to it yet, though, so thanks.
The drone entered Latvia after being affected by Russian electronic warfare systems. The aircraft was brought down by French fighters operating under NATO's Baltic air policing mission. Yeah, so that's really great news.
Well, this is the way, isn't it, right? Because it
So
doesn't
obvious.
matter the reason it entered, shoot it down.
Absolutely, absolutely. If it wasn't in a neighborhood, it wouldn't have entered. And Russia is adding to the probability that some accident is going to happen throughout by waging the war at all. And obviously, it's in Latvia's and NATO's own interest to shoot down those planes over Ukrainian territory before they even come close to their borders. So definitely Western Ukraine ought to be protected. Ukraine's been asking for close the skies from day one. So it's great news. Anyway, you guys are the best. Slava Ukraini.
Jerome Slava, yeah, thanks. Yeah, kinetic action by the French in the air over Latvia is a very good thing. Break the seal on doing something and then carry that activity out each and every time and then get comfortable with that and then start shooting stuff. Then, just move in. And we're talking about unmanned Russian murder weapons, right? They're robots. Shoot them down, kill them all. Nobody gets Russia may say they're upset, but they won't do a goddamn thing about it. And as long as you don't put yourself in the air under threat by the VKS, the Russian Air Force, with long-range missiles, then you're in no more danger than flying your regular patrols around those areas. So, yeah, I'm a big fan of what's just happened here, Lev. And it's a good signal. It's a good signal to send right as they've had this meeting in London yesterday I really want to find out the detail of what has happened or what the discussions entailed there that Merz and Macron and Starmer and Zelensky all walked out of looking like they were the Rat Pack in a 1950s Dean Martin film.
That's true. Well, we may not find out till after the war, but it's still great news. That the coincidence is probably not a coincidence. Thanks.
Well, it's nice to see a bunch of blokes that enjoy each other's company and get along that well. Genuinely, right? These guys genuinely showed that they get along with each other, and that their conversations were probably the most fruitful that they have had in forever, because Ukraine is on the ascendancy. I'm not going to say winning. I'm going to say Ukraine is on the ascendancy in a number of areas. Russia is clearly losing. The world is recognizing that Russia's losing. The world is finally catching up to us here at Volya about the refinery strikes and the effects of those, and the effectiveness of Ukraine in stopping the Russian advances, and the kill rate, the method that they're doing, the gamification of it, if you will, the drone introduction. All of Ukraine's plans have been becoming successful in spite of all the things that have been done to it, and not the assistance it hasn't gotten, but they've remained positive, forthright, and I hope that the discussions that Zelensky participated in there bear some real fruit at the NATO meeting that's coming up very soon, and that they do actually allocate some chunks of weapons and ammunition out of NATO's combined stocks, none of which are owned by the Americans, to Ukraine's defense, and step up deliveries of things like PAC-3 missiles and SAM-T missiles to Ukraine, because that's one of the stories. Ming, we can cover your story next, whatever you want to cover next. But the one thing I want to talk about a little bit is that the use of the FP7 missile as an air defense thing. But first, I just want to touch base on what I was going to say before, which is that the Russia has struck the Chernobyl nuclear power plant's fuel storage area, the leftover spent fuel storage area. One of the buildings been hit by a Garan too, and it's not just like a tiny little explosion in the parking lot. They have hit the building hard. The Garan motor is made a penetration, and it's made a big mark on the corner end of the building. No nuclear release in that material in that area, but what the fuck is Russia attacking the Chernobyl nuclear power plant for? They struck the museum. I guess they want to take it off the map and turn it totally into another radiation site that they disclaim any knowledge of or something. I don't know. But after the Russians, essentially, sure, it was a Ukrainian nuclear power plant in under the Soviet system, but all of the control of that nuclear power plant was under Russia at the time. Russia did the investigation. Russia hid everything they possibly could. Russia was the creator of that disaster, and then Russia blows up the museum that commemorates the disaster, which was a fantastic facility, I must say, having seen it just the week after it opened. And then now they're back attacking the Chernobyl nuclear power plant's leftover fuel storage area. What's wrong with these people? It goes in the list, doesn't it, Ming? The horror. They love the horror.
Yeah, no, they just, well, we talked about this, about their obsession with Chernobyl last Monday, where we sort of, I speculated that perhaps they were trying to undo a lot of the history that led to the collapse of the Soviet Union, and tangible piece of all that was what happened at Chernobyl. So hence potentially the attack. The second attack now on Chernobyl itself, and the attack last week on the Chernobyl museum, which in key sort of Russian style is completely pointless. Will, I need you to tell me something, because I've got something I wanted to talk about, but I wanted to put a little thread of mine in the nest first. How on earth do I put something in the nest? I can't work
Well,
out how.
so yeah, if you're looking at a tweet,
Yeah.
if you're looking at a tweet, go to the little arrow up. There's a little box with an arrow pointing up on it down the lower right-hand side of the tweet, and that will give you a menu. You have to scroll to the left to get it, and then it'll offer you as one of the options under there to add it to the nest.
Okay, let's see.
So you try that, and I'll talk to Ioana.
Yeah, thank you. You were talking about Chernobyl, and I think, it's a psyop also. The power of words. Each time there is a strike in Chernobyl, we speak about Chernobyl. And when we speak about Chernobyl, we speak about nuclear disaster, and we are reminded that Russia is a nuclear power, and we are reminded that nuclear disasters are bad. And this reinforces this image of Russia being a big nuclear power. So basically, when they are striking Chernobyl, they are not striking it because of a military effect or whatever else. They are striking it because the effect on our minds.
Yeah, that's true. Ming, did you figure out how to pack the nest?
I did. I popped it up.
Nice. Have I created a monster?
Yeah, no, so I popped it up in the nest. It's an old thread of mine from over 3 years ago about an aircraft that was operated by a Russian airline that got sold to the Indonesian police. Now, there's a reason I've popped it up there, and I wanted to basically use the space to kind of brainstorm a little bit about it. It's I have to be a little bit careful about what I say about this, but as you know, I have a background in aircraft financing. Now, in that thread, you see me using purely public sources to sort of try and work out what happened with this aircraft. But in a very sort of odd Irish way, I actually know exactly what happened because I have the deal documentation. Right? I wasn't personally involved in the I wasn't personally involved in the deal myself. I got pulled in to help out a mate, right? in a very sort of Irish circumstances, as I describe it. But so here's what I wanted to just brainstorm about in the context of the Organische Alumina campaign. What happened with this aircraft, albeit 3 years ago, is also potentially quite embarrassing for the Irish government. So I'll just quickly run you through how Spearbank, the ultimate owner of this aircraft, managed to sell it. Right. So Spearbank itself is sanctioned, right, on the sanctions list, and it was at that time. So what they did was they put a corporate structure in place whereby the aircraft was no longer owned by Spearbank. There was an entity that owned it that was, I think, 30% owned by two random Spearbank employees. It's like who obviously stepped in to help out. And the remaining 40% was owned by its own subsidiary, right? So circular ownership. So it never went back up to Spearbank again, right? Except that obviously you could see that this was an entity completely controlled by Spearbank. So what the way they got the derogation, which is what they call exemptions to sanctions, to sell this aircraft, was to convince the Irish government that the form here made it legally okay to sell it over the actual substance of what was going on, right? and the central bank in Ireland, who were responsible for enforcing sanctions, accepted that and therefore gave them the sanctions as exemption to let the sale go through, right? So now this whole thing of form over substance, whilst not technically illegal, is hugely embarrassing for the Irish government. And I was thinking that maybe I should find a friendly journalist and help them out to write a story about this to to um, to increase the pressure on the Irish government over Orgnish. So, what do you think, Will?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like. Well, I guess my question first is it your estimation that the Irish government, speaking of form, is it your estimation that the Irish government has form in this area? Is this a sort of machination that the Irish government regularly goes through to either avoid sanctioning somebody or allowing activities that ought to be under sanction get away with it? Do they have form in this area? Because it might be a one-time thing, the aircraft related form argument, or it might be something they use as a pattern.
So, no, there's no pattern, to be fair, Will, right? So, in terms of the Russian connected aircraft leasing companies in Ireland, they have slightly different statuses because there's another one, GTLK. GTLK is the acronym in Russian for the State Transport Leasing Company. That one was 100% Russian government owned and directly sanctioned, right? So that one, they were previously to the full-scale invasion and the sanctions regime, they were quite keen issuers in the Eurobond market. They could because they became directly sanctioned, they couldn't directly service their Eurobonds and therefore have been in liquidation since then. So they're a $4.5 billion portfolio of aircraft, mostly in Russia. Got a couple of ships in there too, but they have been in a process of liquidation ever since. Now, Spearbank Leasing, their entity here is called SB Leasing Ireland, I think. They are not directly sanctioned, although the parent is. Now, I saw a second one of these, right, for the same reason that I saw the first one. And that one couldn't go through because in subsequent sanctions packages from the EU, payments had been sanctioned. So even if they put up the same structure in place, nobody could make any payments to pay for the plane, right? So there's no pattern. All I'm saying is that this particular incident on a standalone basis shows the Irish government going for form over substance. So basically looking to the legalistic aspects over it, as opposed to the likely ultimate beneficial owner in all this, right? And it's just kind of adds heaps on the embarrassment you can already see they're feeling through the whole Orgnish thing. So
it gives a lot of credence to people like Thomas Tyner. I don't know if you read him very much, but he's very harsh on Ireland. His view, in defense-related stuff and the neutrality positions and all that. He tends to be very harsh on Ireland, and I usually write that off as just being a little bit harsh. But in fact, does Ireland kind of regularly abuse its neutrality stance to avoid paying for its own defense, and does it allow illegal activities to take place a little bit more than it should, and does it use these sorts of legal loopholes periodically or regularly to enrich itself while doing damage ostensibly to the EU and its allies?
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously you can accuse Ireland of freeloading on the defence front, much more fairly than you can accuse, say, NATO broadly. Aside from the US, they accuse NATO of freeloading on the US. But so Ireland's got tiny defence forces. The one thing they do, which they're pretty good at, and they've had years and years of experience, are the Blue Helmet UN missions. So they've got a whole bunch of them on the Golan Heights, in various bits of Lebanon, and I think in parts of Africa too. So that's the one thing they do. But when it comes to their own defence, Ireland's pretty weak, and they, they've got this umbrella coverage from the Royal Air Force, which is one of history's ironies. They've got to deal with the Royal Air Force to help them out. And they probably have something similar with the Navy too, because now, of course, everybody's worried about the undersea cables. But yeah, no, they're a pretty wealthy country. That's the thing, Will. I mean, they had a pretty crap time in the Euro crisis, but they've come out of all that. And overall, it's not a poor country at all by EU standards. It's pretty high on the GDP per capita. So you kind of wonder that why they don't spend more on defence. I guess it's because they view that all as some sort of slippery slope to getting rid of neutrality. Neutrality itself is a bit of an artifice. It's a fig leaf because they're not really neutral anyway. Let's go to Peter, and then we'll go to Lev.
Hello, Ming. Good morning, and good morning, Will, as well. If that was a question, I'm not sure. The answer to your question, if it was a question, is yes. You should forward this to a friendly journalist. If you are stuck for friendly journalists, I could even recommend one. His name begins with C, and you may have encountered him recently.
Yeah, I thought this is also a tactical issue, right? So it's. I thought about that too, and I worked out how to do that because he's got to contact us in his link tree, right? So I could sort of anonymously do that. I sort of thought that would be one way to go about it, right? But it's not really his cup of tea. Do you know what I mean?
It possibly isn't, but that's not the point. The point is,
I think he'll be a curious reader of it.
Yeah, to demonstrate the Irish government's intent. What is the Irish government's intent? Are they being sincere about this nonsense about protecting Irish jobs, which is a load of nonsense because they could easily sell all this alumina to somebody else, like the EU for a start, for example? And why the hell haven't they bloody requisitioned this plant if it's in Russian ownership and sanctioned Russian ownership? But if there's a pattern of nefarious activity, particularly with the Irish Republic of Ireland's involvement with aircraft leasing in Russia, very heavy involvement, as you know, it would demonstrate more than just one freak issue where they got it wrong. It would demonstrate a systematic intent to obscure their own activities and support Russia against Ukraine. And that's the key point. It doesn't matter that it's an airline issue or whatever. It's about duplicity and Irish politicians being insincere and opaque and untransparent with their own electorate, in effect.
Yeah, it could do. It could do. Look, I think at a minimum, Kalen would be very interested in reading it. It's a curious thing whether or not it demonstrates a pattern and form. I don't know, but it's troubling when a government will help accept arguments from people and paperwork and bureaucracy to obscure ownership and help sanctioned parties avoid sanctions. It's duplicitous, as Peter said. It's very troubling.
Yeah,
Lev, go ahead.
Help the sanctioned owners sell an asset and realise money which they will use towards the war. It's that simple. Sorry to interrupt.
And you'll get your cut.
Yeah, exactly.
which is the whole thing about the workers, and the boy, Kalen's discussion with those local councilors and people, it just seems that they're very much trying to avoid the issue at all costs, as if they have been heavily infiltrated at the local council level, even by Russian influencers, to try to sell this plant as being necessary. And the other arguments that Rusal's using there are frankly offensive and threatening to the council in a way that they should respond to quite harshly. The threats over power and all that. Not only are they a furphy, they're raising threats like that about sustainability of a plant in a location and the support for jobs and all that sort of shit is clear coercion. And if you looked at the directory, or if you look at the company group structure of the ownership of that plant, the entire board bar one person is Russians. Its owner, Deripaska is a major owner. It's clearly, and the numbers speak for themselves. 83% of its entire volume of alumina that it produces goes into the Russian state-owned corporation environment, shall I say? And the state-owned corporations there might accidentally slip some of that aluminium into sporting equipment sometimes, but the vast majority of it would be going into missiles, drones, and other military kit of Russia, definitely. So yeah, I mean, I'd share it with you, Ming. I think it's worth sharing because it's a very curious read, for one thing, about how they go about doing stuff like that, and it might give them some tips and tricks on spotting similar type of arrangements in other areas.
Yeah, and there's something else about it. I mean, I happen to be very aware of it because I've got the deal documentation, but you can actually probably piece the whole thing together anyway, just from public stuff. Looking through, the company's registration office documentation. I know I can show the circular ownership from the Russian equivalent of the corporate registry, because that's all available online. I've got all that stuff anyway. So yeah, I mean, you can probably piece the whole thing together without me giving anybody any sort of secret documents at all. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. You totally could rebuild it. You have what I would call plausible deniability, sir.
So who was next? So was it Joanna? I think it was Joanna, wasn't it?
Yeah, go ahead, Joanna.
Yeah, so Ming, definitely you should share it, and maybe there is a way to send it forward to some EU responsible. In a way, I will check if this is possible, because actually, the Ripasaki is sanctioned, and he in this business with the alumina plant, he kind of sold his shares, but actually he is still the majority shareholder through a subsidiary or something like this. So basically, it's a modus operandi, and maybe EU is interested by this. And by the way, if this is true, and I think it's true, this is already sanctioned. So yeah. But anyway, I raised my hand because I had a question for Peter. There was recently a strike in Voronezh, and apparently it's something very important. Heavy recovery railway crane EDK 300/5. They say it's extremely rare piece of equipment that is actually not produced anymore, and they consider Atesh did this, and they consider it a very important thing. And I wanted to ask you, Peter, if you know what is it about and how important this is. Thank you.
Yeah, Joanna, thanks very much. I've never heard of an EDK 300 or whatever it is, but it for the photo, it's clearly a crane which is involved in renewing the infrastructure, the track in particular, lifting great panels of track and replacing them. So it's the kind of equipment they would use to repair damaged railway, as in things that have come under drone attack. So it's something that the fact that it was not produced anymore and there's not many of them doesn't really tell you a lot, because it could be just obsolete, produced in the 1970s or 80s or whatever. But the key point is that stuff like this will be needed suddenly in a situation where they very suddenly need to repair track that's been damaged, which is happening all the time. So if it has been attacked and burned out and removed, then it obviously won't be available. So they'll find it a lot harder to repair the railway. That means that this was probably a pretty soft target, because unless this piece of equipment is being used, it's probably sort of stored in the sidelines in a random siding somewhere, probably with very little protection. So it's quite easy to find it and destroy it. And then obviously it's not available when it's needed suddenly, or on a planned basis. So I've no idea. I can't tell you how many of these things they've got. I mean, they've got a lot of this type of equipment because the railways are in Russian military infrastructure and have always been so, and they do have the equipment all over the place. So this one piece of equipment is going to be like a fly on squatting a fly, but it becomes cumulative. Once you lose one and then the neighbouring one, you've got to move stuff in from further afield. And when that area also gets hit, you're stretched. So, I mean, I wouldn't make a massive amount of it, but other than the fact it's been targeted and presumably how relatively easy it was to target it, and the fact it's been taken out, it's sort of no longer available. But it isn't going to sort of bring the Volgograd Railway to a complete stand. But it's going to make their life more difficult to repair. And if it's a one-off, it's not a problem. But if this is part of a pattern where these kind of targets are being identified, it's just another link in the chain that gets weaker and weaker. And obviously, any chain is only as strong as its weakest link. So that's what I'd say about that. I hope that helps.
Yeah, a little bit. Sure.
Yes,
I mean,
thank you.
it's what we knew about those railway replacement units. They wouldn't have many of them, but they would have enough of them. I would say you're right. We'll have to wait and see. Locally, it can be a big problem, but it shouldn't necessarily be a major problem overall, unless unless there's two of them in the whole country left. So Ming and others, what do you make of Roman Abramovich being this go-between sent by Putin, or kind of, it makes it appear like it's that Zelensky wasn't opposed to it, but it looks like a quiet messenger from Putin, doesn't it? Or what does it look like to you?
He's a hard one to read, Abramovich. I always found him rather fascinating, because if you go back to Yeltsin days, he was a member of what they called back then the family, right? So he was the guy, along with Berezovsky, Yeltsin's daughter, who apparently was, I think, son-in-law was part of the family too. I forget, but who were calling the shots behind the scenes. But the really fascinating thing about Abramovich was that nobody in Russia knew what he looked like, because nobody'd seen a picture of him. And the first time anybody saw a picture of him was when he bought Chelsea Football Club. So I don't know. He's a kind of intriguing character who historically manoeuvred very much in the background. I suspect that he is slightly different from your typical, let's say, Deripaska, right? So Deripaska is different in the sense that basically his ownership of Rusal is in name, because it's basically on Putin's say so that Deripaska can carry on owning Rusal. Putin could probably take it away any time. But I suspect Abramovich is different in the sense that he's
A
He's
bit older money,
insulated
shall we
himself
say?
enough. He's insulated himself enough economically from Putin to avoid that kind of pressure.
I agree. I mean, not old money, but older, right? He's made his money and insulated himself with things, like the Chelsea Football Club and other assets that he's got. That I think he's like a an oligarch without portfolio now. And as such, he would make a very good go between spy, whatever, information courier. And I'm not sure, the way Putin presented it, because Putin presented it as a friend went to see him, blah, blah, but it had nothing to do with me. The way Putin presents it makes me think that Putin is definitely lying, and that he sent Abramovich to go deliver a message and try to feel Zelensky out. Zelensky accepted, said, "Yeah, you can come to town or whatever and talk." But the message sent back from Zelensky was essentially similar to the open letter, which I think is great that he's followed it up with the open letter. But basically saying no, doing some truth, plain truths. You aren't going to take the fortress cities this year. It's not going to happen, and we're not going to give them up. We're not handing you anything that you haven't taken already, and we're going to take back everything that you took from us, and you're going to pay reparations. And so the message is coalescing here that Zelensky was not allowed. He did not allow the Abramovich visit to paint him as a fool or like a liar or anything like that. He's managed to send back the same message in that private back channel as he's then provided in an open letter, and then they've reinforced with a meeting between Starmer, Merz, Macron, and himself today. The message now is a permanent ceasefire is required without condition, and we'll begin negotiations from there, wherever we're at in the world at the time. And that's what's, and they're going to need to be security guarantees for Ukraine when the war is over. That's the only where the message is coalescing around, and it's good. Keep it simple, and keep it straightforward. That Zelensky's always done. I think he's doing a masterful job of lining up the diplomacy to help him here, despite Putin's attempt to maybe, who knows, whatever, offer him something. Do the thing about Zelensky is the people are saying, oh, he's corrupt and all this stuff. If he was corrupt, how come Roman Abramovich can come to see Zelensky and he doesn't get bought off? That's my question. Peter, go ahead.
No, but hang on, just before we go to Peter, just add one more little side note on Abramovich. I don't know if you saw, but Sean Pinner posted something, some kind words about Abramovich, particularly in the context of his role in negotiating the release of the Azovstal prisoners.
No, I didn't. Go ahead.
Well, I don't have it to hand, but he literally posted something about, basically his gratitude to Abramovich for his role in that prisoner exchange.
Right. So, and Abramovich at that time was helpful. So he's just being appreciative. Yeah, he is an interesting character. And his time as Chelsea Football Club chair and the other things he did in England would have, I don't know. He's not an unlikable guy, but I always get a sense he, like all the oligarchs, are dirty and involved in nefarious things for sure. Peter.
Yeah, that's interesting that we've had a load of Azovstal prisoners released, and it turns out following Abramovich's involvement. And I think this happened previously when, I think in the early days, I think some prisoners were released when Abramovich got involved. So that's good to see that he's clearly got some clout with Putin to get some results for Ukraine and show some sort of show some sort of progress on the other side, not the kind we'd want, but at least in getting prisoners released. Well, that I mean, obviously that's fantastic news. What's interesting though is that it was Putin who first made reference to this what you call it, contact between an unnamed go-between, and revealed some details, all the information that this had happened, and then Zelensky in a very opaque, very sort of Machiavellian, underhand way, without naming the person and naming just a few random specifics. And Zelensky's immediately come out and noting that the Russian side did not want this disclosed in the public; they wanted it kept secret. And given that Putin has revealed that this happened, Zelensky then comes straight out and says, "Yeah, it was Abramovich, and this is what happened," and has given us all a lot more transparency on what's going on in the background. And I think somebody commented that it was Putin that's blinked on this because Abramovich certainly wouldn't have gone there without Putin's least sort of tacit nod and agreement, and probably more than that, probably had directly been sent to try and dig the Russians out of a hole, which obviously hasn't worked.
And did not Putin use this reveal of this thing to sort of recover from and have something to talk about at the economic forum, a kind of a release, because he was passing on nothing but lies and bad news and not being, genuine with people.
And it's effectively backfired on him, because Putin's revealed sort of 25% of what's happened and tried to use that to his own advantage. And as Zelensky's come out with the other 75%, i.e. who it was, when it happened, what it was, and we now know a lot more about what's going on in the background over something that the Russians specifically, explicitly wanted to keep private. Well, there you go. You can't have it both ways, can you?
Right. Yeah, you can't have it both ways. You can't use it as part of your justification story for how you're doing good if you're going to want to keep it secret. Bizarre Sally, go ahead.
Hello, Will. Hello, Min. Just because I'm a massive Chelsea supporter, I know a little bit about. I think Abramovich lived in Israel for most of the time when he owned Chelsea and that. And I think when the war broke out, I think Putin sort of ordered him back to the Rusky land. But I always sort of liked Abramovich a little bit, but only because he was such a good manager of Chelsea. But obviously, after the war broke out, I disliked him. But I remember the day that he pledged the money to the war. I don't know whether he said exactly to Ukraine, but he said to the fallen, and that money's still held in Britain. It's still held and hasn't been dished out, because there's a bit of an argument of whether he said for the Russian and the Ukrainian military, or the injured and all that. But yes, I think he lived in Israel. We only rarely saw him. But the funny bit is, even today, when Chelsea beat any of my friends' football teams, they always go, "Yeah, it's Putin's team," and because they know it makes me really cross. Anyway, that's all I have.
Well, you have to change teams, and if he lived in Spain that whole time, why didn't he buy? Why didn't he buy bloody Real Madrid or something? Yeah, I love winding people up about their footy team. So Ming, the last thing I want to talk about, you can look at my post on it. The discussion regularly we're talking about. Well, the director of Firepoint almost daily gives an interview that Stillerman puts out something. 99% of it, I'm a huge cheerleader fan of the things he says. But in this case, I got to take exception, and it's in relation to the FP7 ballistic missiles they're producing. It's the ATACMS analog, if you will, the shorter, 300-kilometer range sort of missile that carries a medium-sized payload and would fill the role that the ATACMS and Gimlers are playing, that Ukraine can't get enough of, and because it's the same size and sort of form factor as a modern advanced air-to-air ballistic missile seeking anti-air missile. The talk is that they're going to convert they're going to stockpile a whole bunch of these FP7s, which they're now producing in quantity, and that rather than use them in their intended role as an ATACMS analog, to store them up and use them instead as air-to-air missiles like the Patriot. In a a reason. Here again, they have a reasonable approach to how they want to plan to do it, how the componentry they're going to put together from off-the-shelf stuff, the reasonable estimates of how what they want to do with it by firing 4 missiles in a pack that are all cheaper than $1 million, and that overall might be able to reach the effectiveness of the Patriot system, probably in a year or less of iterative use and trial and error and things like that. Once they get the command and control targeting or acquisition targeting and final targeting interception capabilities worked out, all the software, radars, configuration, it'll take a long time, is my point. The FP7 as the ATACMS analog should be ready to go basically today. As soon as they have those things in numbers, they could be using them to attack all the air bases that are within range of the Ukrainian border that are causing Ukraine one of its biggest problems. Russia uses all these air bases to launch Su-24, Su-25, Frogfoot, and Su-34 aircraft to drop glide bombs all over the place. And the glide bomb problem, we've talked to multiple. I've read tons of stuff about how bad it is. You can see Clement Milan put together a very good detailed analysis of the most recent bombing campaigns by Russia west of Huliapoli, and I'm telling you, they've got these glide bombs down to a science where are literally pummeling every tree line the entire length of it very accurately, very, very accurately these days. When we spoke to Andrei Besanov last night for me on Volya and indications and warnings, he said their biggest problem right now is still the glide bomb. So with the glide bomb being a big problem and ballistic missiles being a problem, many of which are launched from Kursk and Belgorod and Smolensk and the regions right close to Ukraine, the FP7 could also be used on those launchers rather than waiting till the ballistic is coming at you and firing it in a less likely to intercept and more difficult and costly proposition of a ballistic missile shoot down, which is still, very iffy sort of activity. Even the Patriot miss regularly. That just seems to me would be a much better use of that asset when they become available, not to stockpile them, but to use them all in the manner they were originally intended, knock out air bases, knock out Su-34 and Su-25, 24 aircraft on the ground as they're refueling. Hell, you could even and knock out the Iskander launchers with time on target information that should be available to Ukraine now. We were just talking yesterday about the fact that many Ukrainian soldiers, not one or two, not just the Chuck Ferrers of the world anymore, that regularly through the Delta system, Ventnor satellite data will be available to people on the ground through their devices with as little as 15 minutes latency between satellite photograph taken and satellite photograph delivered. Folks, that's time on target information that could be used to wipe out virtually every Iskander launcher as it gets fired that's used for these attacks on the cities. I think that's a better use of that asset. I realize that it's a little bit difficult to tell your population that we're not going to try to build our own Freya missile as soon as we can. I would say we're going to focus on using the missiles we've developed to kill the Archer on the ground for both the ballistics and the glide bombs, rather than try to use those missiles in an air defense role early on, when what they ought to be doing is pressuring the Italians and the French to ramp up production of the SAM-T missiles, the Asters, and press everybody who's got any PAC-3 missiles in stock to free them up. The Japanese model we're talking about the other day, right? The fact that Japan has about 2,000 PAC-3 missiles in storage, and they've got a license to build them for themselves. So, how about loading Ukraine up with some Japanese missiles in the short term, kicking the Italians and the French in the ass on their production lines so that they get the Aster missiles for the SAM-T up to snuff, and sticking with our knitting as far as the FP7 and the FP9, because there are lots of really good targets for them on the ground that I think would make overall more strategic sense for Ukraine to be doing. But that's my rant for the day. Yeah, I'll be happy with whatever they do. I just wanted to critique it a little bit because I've read a lot of Hoffman's work on the missiles. I've read a lot of. I stay on top of Clement Mullen's area, and I just know from talking to everybody that the glide bomb and the ballistic missile are the two biggest problems they still face from the cities and from the front line. And the FP7's the answer for both of those if used in the right way. Peter.
Yeah, thanks, Will. Yeah, I agree with that. They need to kill the glide bombs and the means to deliver the glide bombs, and the same with these missiles and all the manufacturing chains of it, in particular the missiles, which are causing the most devastation to Ukrainian civilians. Anyway, that's not what I came to talk about. I wanted to talk about Ming was just talking about Roman Abramovich as an intriguing character who nobody knew what he looked like, in Russia at least. And on the same subject, I'm very interested in, talking of intriguing characters, and nobody knows what they look like. And with regard to this aircraft, this Boeing 737-800 that was sold to the Indonesian police, my question is, do we know anybody who could fly this plane? I mean, have we had anybody on this space, for example, a pilot or something like that, who could actually fly this plane, even if they've only had experience of flying small private fighter jets? What do you think?
Which
Why
plane?
do you ask? So I think one of the what were the air crowd called, Will, who used to do a space on so Colonel Jess and the other guys. One of that crowd.
Oh, Latin.
No, not LATAM. There was another guy. He was an A300-600 freighter pilot, so he could probably do it.
Hop C?
Yeah,
That's
Hop
right.
C.
Hop C, exactly right.
Okay, I was thinking of somebody else, but never mind.
Righto. Well, Ming, it is 6:09 p.m. here in the Workers' Paradise, so it's time to close down unless there's any pressing subject you want to keep covering for a little while. But I'll just remind everybody that while we're like to talk about the news and developments on the war in Ukraine and help rebut Russian disinformation, we also host a lot of fundraisers in the nest that we hope you, when you have a spare dollar, will attend and help those ones out, particularly things like the War Doggos Proactive fundraiser that we had such a good time talking to Andre last night. If you check indications and warnings, or you check the Spotify for that simulcast we did with indications and warning, there's a lot of good content in there on electronic warfare and the state of the war and some of the themes that are coming out here and other places about this war. It was a well-received broadcast. We had some technical difficulties in it early on, but stick with it through those, and there's a lot of good content in that 2-hour session, I think it is. Play it at 1.25 speed, I think, is good, or even faster if you want to make it sound like chipmunks, but it's well worth listening to. And that and all of the other fundraisers, from the nurses to Richard Woodruff's team at Frontline Kit, to Rix's van full of all the goodies they take down to medical aid stations and hospitals and all that. The Yale Human Research Lab, everything we help platform up there are very good causes that all the money that's collected on them, we know, have been able to verify that those are good, trustworthy, transparent, and accountable fundraisers for the various things that they're helping out, whether it's a small unit or the Human Research Lab or making drones, pointy things to kill Russians with. They're all valuable and they deserve your support if you have a free dollar. And Ming, I'm out of news stories. What else
Yeah,
would you
no, I
like to
just
talk
wanted to mention one story before we drop, Will. I don't know if this was mentioned earlier when Mockers and FireFella were on, but I just wanted to flag up the Armenian elections. Now, I sort of, as everybody probably knows, Pashinyan's party won pretty handsomely. I had actually been hoping for a piece moaning about it all in Sargrad, about further humiliations and rapes of Russia in the Caucasus. But there was just one little piece reporting the facts. But no doubt they'll come up with some sour piece about it all tomorrow. But no, it's another great step in the right direction at defeating Russia's influence in the broader Caucasus and in the world as a whole. So I think with that, we can probably shut the space, Will.
Yeah, thanks, Ming. Quick 2 hours as usual, and it's always great to sit with you. Thanks everybody for joining us for Booms and Woe, as well as hanging around to talk to me and Ming. And with that, I will say Slava Ukraini.
Geroyam Slava.
Slava Nazi.
Smert Varogam.
Smert Varogam. Do Paramohi. And this is where I think I'd say, Brent, you can kill it with fire.
Join us on the radio. We look forward to seeing you again. Your audience. Your audience.